time trial because it's the first year racing at the pro level, but he was very good in Tirreno Adriatico in his very place. So I mean, I think we're in for a good race. It's going to be a definitely demanding challenge, and let's not forget what we've seen. We just talk about stage victory, but it's going to be in Italian we say spartiacque, something like divide you know, like Moses crossing the river. It's going to be the red line in between who is going to be in play for the Giro d'Italia classification to the Maglia Rosa, and who's going to lose everything on the ground. As the first rider, Frank van der Broek, off the ramp.
Yep, Frank van den Broek gets us underway. He's the last rider in the general classification. Actually, looking at his results on every stage, he has not really sort of started his Giro d'Italia yet. He's had a modest 2026 so far. Just one podium finish in a stage of the Tour of the Basque Country. Other than that, Frank van den Broek has been a little bit below the levels that he set a couple of years ago when he blazed his name to glory in that extraordinary Italian stage of the Tour de France, accompanying Romain Bardet to a victory and to the Maillot Jaune, you'll remember, back in Italy.
And it was not the only thing he did that year. He was also victorious in the Tour of Turkey.
Yeah, he won the GC there, didn't he?
So it was kind of a breakthrough season for him, but then he eventually didn't manage to keep up with the same level of performance. He started off this Giro d'Italia on a back foot in a way. You would expect him to be present in a lot of breakaway when the stages are hard, but didn't happen so far. Still a long Giro, but the team overall was often caught by surprise when it was time to search for the breakaway. I think the team is really meant to go in the breakaway, but so far they didn't quite succeed in what they were looking for. Still a lot of opportunities. I mean, we are in, with today marks the beginning of a very demanding second half, in a way, of the Giro d'Italia. I mean, 10th stage, but what they have to facing in the coming days is going to be very, very demanding. And I think if he has the legs in the coming days, he will have a lot of opportunities, and the parcours itself will call for some extra from the young Dutch rider.
Yeah, the next 3 days of racing are very interesting because every day there's a little bit of a complication. It's not very hilly any of the next 3 days, but there are hills and they're placed at different points. Each of the next 3 stages poses the question of whether or not the breakaway will go to the line or whether there will be a reduced bunch sprint. It's nicely poised, the next 3 days of racing. But today is an appointment in the general classification.
Yeah, the next, starting with tomorrow with possibly the hardest of the 3 stages you're mentioning. We could expect fairly a lot of attacks for going into the breakaway, as you know, the parcours itself will call for this type of action, and maybe it's possible for a sprint in the stage to Novi Ligure, maybe. I mean, you need to control it. Then it's Verbania, another punchy finale. Then it's going to be for the hard stage of Pila, and then again time for the only straightforward stage of this week, which is Milano. That is going to be 100% sure a sprint.
Yeah.
But we're a long time long off before we reach Milan.
Off we go then. Max Walscheid, one of the first real riders who you look down the start list and the start order and you think, yes, almost certainly Max Walscheid will try and post the best time here. He's the first, if you like, he's not a specialist time trialist, but he is very, very good in this discipline, and he's clearly on great form. So I think Max Walscheid will attack this, and I wouldn't be surprised if, of the early starters, he sets the best time. Day before yesterday, he did an awful lot of work at kilometre 0, and in the kilometres that followed that, working with Giulio Ciccone to try and place Ciccone in the breakaway that was expected to go to the line. One contribution was enormous, wasn't it? Max Walscheid just shooting up on the left-hand side of the peloton, almost making it difficult for Ciccone to hold his wheel. So, very, very strong rider. Started off his career, Max Walscheid, as something of a bunch sprinter, but has also developed as a time trialist and just an all-round very strong domestique. And
not just that, I mean, he's studying medicine in order to become a doctor in and
is he?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
He's a very intelligent rider. And yeah, it's going to be, I think this year marks the year he's going to graduate or handing his trainee. I don't know whether if he's already graduated, but nonetheless, not many riders, I think, in history have a degree in medicine, and Max Weischer is definitely one of those. I even heard rumors, but again, rumors, that he might become a team doctor in the near future.
Now this man, yes, young man, 26-year-old Dane, is a very, very good specialist time trialist. Of course, as an under-23, he's a former world champion and a two-time European champion in this discipline. This is his specialist subject, Johan Preis Petersen. Expect him to go very fast as well.
He has been a constant presence at the back of the peloton, but he's a time trial specialist. When he was not the day for him, he was not involved in any chase of the breakaway. And today, I mean, he has a long and demanding breakaway where he can manage himself a good result. The forecast today, as you saw, is there is a light breeze coming from the sea. Little chances of rain, but still there are chances. It was heavily raining this morning. Now there are not many clouds, but the day is going to be long because the rider is going to be in. And on the starting line, the last one, Alfonso Lalio will be starting at 16:30. So still a long time before we're going to witness for the battle for the Maglia Rosa in first place. But before that, I think like quite packed in the middle of the whole starting grid. We have the main favorites for today, as starting off with Ghana, and I would say closing up with Sheffield. I think we have 60 riders featuring possibly the best time trialist. But again, let's not forget that many others can come and play. I underlined also the name of Lorenzo Milesi. He might have spent a lot of energy in the previous days, but he's former world champion of time trial in the youth under 23 category. He's been in a very good shape in previous stages, especially uphill, which is on the paper at least not his speciality, but that shows also how good he must be feeling. So I will not be surprised. I saw him doing the recon earlier on, so he's been on the parcours the whole day. Not too much to be testing today because, I mean, the corners are very few and pretty easy to manage, as they basically a couple of U-turns. But nonetheless, I think Lorenzo have a good opportunity to show off something good. And this is what we said, like, it was raining this morning, and that's the indication. Also, the condition of the roads can change, as you might think. A drier air, it's much faster. Especially this is much evident on a track where the speeds are very, very high. But the humidity, when it's very high, and that's the case, it's going to be a little bit slower for the riders. We're now with Walscheid. That's what we talked about. It was raining a lot. It just had some showers before the riders were on the start list, and that's why some part of the parcours are still pretty wet.
Yeah, could be something of a lottery today. We'll have to see how the afternoon progresses in terms of the weather. I mean, as you can see, Walscheid and Preis Pedersen at the moment have got predominantly dry roads. There are some tricky patches and some dangerous moments because it is not, as you say, as you can see, not entirely dried out. But if the rain does start to fall, then you do have the potential for one of these early riders who's going off early with mostly dry conditions for their time to hold up as the field progresses. And it's always the danger on days like this in an individual time trial that the weather really could intervene, especially over this 42-kilometre distance, which is the longest individual time trial since the Giro d'Italia in 2015, which featured a 59-kilometre time trial, and the year before that there was a 60-kilometre time trial. So it's a rare thing indeed for a Grand Tour to feature a individual time trial of this length.
Yeah, it's as much we were witness a lot of this long time trial in the past, as well as team time trial. I think those two disciplines are kind of disappear over recent years. You know, long time trial, individual time trial, and team time trial. So it's going to be a very testing day. I think one of the riders, the most happy riders about this was Filippo Ganna, as he declared, and if I remember properly, already before the Giro started, you know, when he was kind of talking what to expect about today's stage or this Giro d'Italia. He just said that he's happy that we got a length of time trial that looks a little bit like what he's gonna facing in the World Championship. As here we have kind of an indication that Max Walscheid is definitely pushing hard on the pedals, as he overtaking.
And Malicelli isn't.
Yeah,
it's a bit of both, isn't it? Walscheid is properly racing this. Matteo Malicelli is treating it as something of a rest day.
Yeah, but in 7 minutes he just shut down a gap of 1 minute over Malicelli. So, you know, sometimes you need to. It's true that I said for most of the sprinters, this day is just basically like a rest day, but nonetheless, you need to stay within the time cut, which is large in a time trial day usually, but nonetheless, you cannot really just go out on holiday. It's one of the very few corners of today's stage.
Yep, this is the outward point of the trip south from the start line in Viareggio, turning in terms of direction now and starting to head north. As you can see, the weather is getting a little bit darker along the course. The wind is quite brisk, nothing like the gales that we've had in Campania and Abruzzo and Basilicata. But the wind is coming off the sea, keeping those clouds at the moment just at bay. The Apennines are not far from the coast here, and they are drawing the cloud.
Yeah, it's true that it's slightly better condition than they were experiencing the riders the days before, as it was very cold, definitely very cold the recent days. Today is a little bit warmer, sunnier, and it seems like we are heading finally into something more similar to a spring.
Last.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second week, the forecast for the second week is actually sunny and nice and warm.
Yeah, it seems like we are heading into almost 30 degrees temperature in the coming days, but it was nonetheless a very cold beginning of the Giro d'Italia, as a very unfortunate and unlucky Dylan Groenewegen taking off the ramp. I mean, the Dutch sprinter and his team, they were, we could fairly say they were shaping the approach to the sprint, especially starting from Sofia till the very end. They were the only team able to organize a proper lead out, and especially I think that was even more evident in the stage to Napoli. They were very unfortunate with a crash sparked in a way from Herman Reinder and in second hand from Dylan Groenewegen, as they were the first two guys on the ground in Napoli stage. But nonetheless, I think like there is a lot to take out from what they race, how they're racing, the way they're performing in this Giro d'Italia so far. It's the first time for them. It's the first time this very young team started off as a YouTube channel from Bas Titema, turning into a professional team just a couple of years ago, and they managed to be at the start of their very first Giro d'Italia. And so far, they're delivering some good performances. I think the lead-out is there, and the sprint is their focus. But nonetheless, Wout Poels was also present. He scored out of 10 the other day. I think they're happy the way it's going, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Dylan Groenewegen being able to score a victory in maybe the stage to Milan or Rome as a last chance, a last attempt in last stage.
Johan Pres Petersen has picked off his minute man, Arjen Livens, the Belgian from XDS Astana. So both the Astana early starters have already been caught and passed by the time trial specialists who went off a minute after them both. Also on the road, along with Dylan Groenewegen, we've got Fabian Leonhardt, Heithes de Vries, his teammate. Giovanni Lonardi, the sprinter, is just about to go as well. And then we've got a couple of interesting riders in a couple of minutes' time to start, who I think could go pretty well. Maciej Kopecki, the Czech rider from the Unibet Rosa Rockets, and the NSN Irishman Ryan Mullin is a very good time trialist as well. He might do a good time. Yeah,
maybe his best days are gone, but also I would be curious to see indeed Thomas Kopecki among the first riders off the ramp. I mean, if it would be a shorter time trial, I think more riders will come in place, you know, will come in as a top riders for such a stage. But it's a long, long one. I mean, 40K, not very often you have the chance to race such a long time trial in a Grand Tour especially. So that's why we didn't underline some of the names that in a shorter one they could be as well protagonists.
Max Walscheid is working his way through the field here. Here's his 2-minute man ahead of him, Erlend Blikra, the Norwegian sprinter from Uno X Mobility. So Walscheid has now taken his 2-minute man, and he will have Frank van den Broek in his targets next. Max Walscheid, because this is such a long individual time trial, he could be the first rider to finish today.
Yeah, very likely, as some corner a little bit sketchy. As you see, the road is divided in two. As for a couple of occasions, the rider is gonna enter a little bit towards the Apennini, towards the mountain, before approaching a U-turn and coming back on the coastline. We're not far from where usually the Tirreno Adriatico first stage, which became sort of a classic first stage for Tirreno Adriatico in recent days. Here as well, we were just referring. This is Price Peterson. A couple of occasions the riders are going to have these sort of corners, 3 in total for today's stage. So it's just few corners, you know, you need to assure that you approach them the correct way, but it's not going to be the game changer of the day. The corner today is it's pretty much straight the whole day, as once they're going to hit the coast and they're going to have the sea on their left, it's going to be a long straight road, which is actually demanding, because imagine like sustaining an effort, you know, never stopping pedal for such a long and big amount of kilometers. So definitely not easy. As like, I don't think the riders are still so much used to do so. You know, in recent times it was not so common to have much shorter time trial. The very same year, the Tirreno Adriatico is only 12 kilometers long. So imagine the difference is almost 4 times bigger. So
into a slight headwind as well. The wind is coming off the coast, but it's also coming from a northwesterly direction. So when they turn and head north, as you could see actually by quite a modest pace, a speed that Price Pedersen was holding there, around about 44 kilometers an hour. You'd normally expect him to be going a little bit faster than that, but I think the headwind accounts for that relatively modest speed.
15 seconds, Ryan.
Ryan Mullen is the reigning Irish national time trial champion in the time trial. Obviously, that's why he's a time trial champion. Let's see how he goes. Mullen has been involved at certain points, doing a lot of work already in this year's Giro d'Italia. Show off that jersey to his best. He is going off in between the two Kopecki brothers, chasing Matthias and being chased by Thomas. After that, another rider who could do a good time trial, the Norwegian Tord Gudmestad, the lead-out man from Decathlon. Interesting rider as well, who goes off at around about 1:45 the hour, so in a short while, in around about 15 minutes, is Tim Tom Teutenberg from Lidl Trek. I think he could do a good time trial if he's... But it's always a question, Jacopo, of whether or not they're motivated, these riders. It's hard to know which of them will definitely attack and which of them will use this day as a little bit of a recovery ride.
yeah, I think like especially for Teutenberg, as he's approaching this very first Giro d'Italia, I would expect him more to trying to recover. You know, you never know what your body gonna react in the coming days, and today they have a little chance of, I mean, a recovery. I think is I'm gonna say, maybe not the realistic, less energy spent compared to the riders such Pippo Ganna and the remaining time trialists of today. But definitely, if you can save a little bit extra, you know, it's coming after a rest day, and I assume for the riders who are not going to be involved or they don't believe they can perform today well. Also, yesterday was not a day where they use much energy, and I think that instead the riders who are targeting today's stage, they were out on the road training hard, because you need to get your body working, you know, if you want to do some good results today. And definitely this man was doing, as he's pushing a very big gear. It's there's no high cadence for Max Walscheid.
Question about Walscheid is whether or not this distance is a little bit too much for him genuinely to post a time that might threaten the podium places on the stage. But he's looking very good at the moment, and he's taken both Malacelli and Blickler on the road, and he's eyeing up Frank van den Broek, who may not be too far ahead of him, because when we saw Frank van den Broek, the first rider off the road, we noticed that he was definitely taking it easy, Van den Broek. Get a little bit of a comparison here between Prijs Pedersen and Max Walscheid. Not much separating them on the road, just 5 seconds.
Yeah, both using a very big gear, pushing out on the pedals. They're both very big ride and powerful riders. It's such a long way till the finish line for them as the stage. I mean, 40 kilometers, I think, like today timing will be around 50 minutes or even a little bit less. One interesting you know, behind the scenes story. So basically nowadays all the teams, especially on such an easy parcours that doesn't opens up too much about interpretation, teams and trainers, they're able to prepare. It's called like a pace setup, or you know, a pace schedule that the riders need to have in mind. So more or less they can. I use still the word guess because it's never accurate to the second, but they can estimate how fast Pippo Ganna will ride eventually, how fast Prijs Peter's gonna ride eventually. So the riders and the team car are behind it, helping them, you know, keeping track with them how they're performing towards the day with the radio. They can inform them, okay, here you need to keep up with the speed and the watt output need to be like this, because it's a mix of when you know you can push hard and also knowing that how many watts your rider can use through the stage.
I remember talking to Alex Dowsett, who of course works on time trialing with XDS Astana, during the Tour de France when they had the individual time trial in the first week. His job, quite specifically, and it's quite strange for him because he was a time trial specialist, you know, his entire career was about how to go faster. His job with XDS Astana, who realised that they didn't have a single rider who was capable of really threatening to win the stage, and they didn't have a general classification rider at that point. His job was to calculate what time Remco Evenepoel was probably going to do and work out the minimum that his team would have to do in order to get round safely inside the time cut. In other words, he had to calculate how slowly they could.
Maybe not the best, not the thing he was hoping for, but
quite a responsibility if you get that wrong. eliminate the entire team.
I mean, if he doesn't get the win, you can always say that he underperformed, you know. But if he gets out of the time cut because he didn't push hard.
So Max Walscheid has Frank van den Broek in his sights now. He's 3-minute man, a 3 minutes time difference now. Off the start ramp, Frank van den Broek was the first rider in the individual time trial. Max Walscheid was the 4th rider off, and Walscheid is now the 1st rider on the road, and he will cross the line in 1st place.
Yeah, it's
destroying everybody ahead of him on the start ramp.
Yeah, that's often happens, you know, when the first riders, if they're there, if Frank van den Broek is in that position, man, it's an indication that his legs were not quite as good as he thought before. Checkpoint
number 1 to see what pace he is setting after with 25.3 kilometers remaining. That's our first glimpse of the checkpoint at Viale Regina Margherita. 16.7 kilometers into the checkpoint, and here it is, just coming up. So we'll get familiar with seeing these riders go through this checkpoint, but Walscheid is going to set the first benchmark for everybody to aim at.
It'll be interesting to see already the average that he's keeping at this point, 50 per hour. 50.6 per hour and 20.09 for Max Walscheid. The big German rider so far is setting up the best time. It's going to be interesting to wait for Prijs Petersen. It's going to arrive quite soon, in a couple of minutes time, because he was indicated as just 5 seconds off. Here's the Maglia Ciclamino.
Won't be picking up any further points today, I very much doubt, Paul Magnier, but
there are none normally, no, for the time trial available, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll double check.
As we have
another sprinter and his
Jonathan
big rival.
A strange that Magnier is not behind Jonathan Milan also in the time trial, you know, following him as he was doing the recent couple of days.
So Jonathan Milan off and running. And still the sun shines, and these roads are drying out with the wind and the afternoon sunshine. So at the moment it's very much to the advantage of the riders who are starting now. Just that little risk that the weather could change. And if it does, that would change everything in terms of the speeds that these riders are capable of doing. Yeah, there are points available in the Maglia Ciclamino for the first 10 riders in the stage classification. As we look at the first checkpoint, being approached a couple of minutes later by Johan Preis Petersen, and he's gone faster by 7 seconds than Max Walscheid. So he's the fastest man on the road right now, and he'll be finishing a couple of minutes after Max Walscheid at the finish line. 2 more checkpoints though, where everything could change. It's only a 7-second deficit for Max Walscheid. That can change quite a lot over the course of 42 kilometers. No rider, of course, can possibly complain about not being prepared for this individual time trial, because they came here for yesterday's rest day as well, and a number of riders have done their reconnaissance this morning, as well as having a good look at it yesterday when the roads admittedly were open to traffic. But we were staying at a hotel very, very close to the finish line, and I popped over the road for a coffee on the seafront, and I got very nearly run over by Afonso Oulalio, who was out riding reconnaissance. He's got a really, really big day and a big, big task, Oulalio, to defend the pink jersey from Jonas Vingegaard at 2 minutes and 24 seconds in second place. As we go back out onto the road with Max Walscheid, maybe approaching the second checkpoint actually. Forte de Marmi. Actually a little way to go. That's 22 kilometers from the finish line. The second checkpoint is at 13.1 kilometers to go. So still got 9K. This is such an unfamiliar race distance for the individual time trial. And how is Max Walscheid pacing his effort? 7 seconds down, we think, or thereabouts, on Johan Preis Petersen, the Dane. So Milan, we saw off the start ramp, Edward Plankat will also have started. Antonio Morgado is starting around about now, the Portuguese from UAE Team Emirates. Just looking down the start list as well for notable names who could do a good time. Stuart Bax goes off in around about 7 or 9 minutes for Pinarello Q36.5, who haven't really found their mark yet, haven't really got into their stride in this year's Giro d'Italia. As we look at Tim Thorn Teutenberg of Lidl Trek. Looks very relaxed, doesn't necessarily look like a rider who is about to unleash and really attack this individual time trial, but he's a very good time trialist, and if he was minded to, could do a good time here, I'm sure. Let's have a look. Quite often you can just read on the body language of a rider in the opening few pedal strokes, and already you can see, I think, that Tim Thorn Teutenberg is taking a reasonably relaxed approach to this individual time trial.
Definitely, and I think the indication of whether the rider in the picture is going to go for it or just cruising the day, that's right at the start. And as you see from Tim Thorn Teutenberg.
Great name, isn't it, by the way? It's a great name, yeah.
TTTT. It's a team time trial.
Yeah, it is a team time trial. A one-man team time trial. Yeah, if general classification just went on names alone, he would be in the Maglia Rosa. And there's his teammate, Jonathan Milan, lost in the forest, heading south from Viareggio. Before that dead turn, and then he'll come back on the other side of the road and head off in a northerly direction, back into Viareggio and then up the coastline. So familiar to so many of these riders. There can't be too many riders in the peloton who haven't been to Lido di Camaiore in their lives, where the Tirreno Adriatico always starts. He's going to have to be patient, Jonathan Milan. His next opportunity might be in Milan itself to sprint next Sunday, because although we could have some sort of a sprint, I think Milan would be vulnerable potentially in the days to come on some of the climbs that where teams might try and drop him.
Yeah, the stage to Novi Ligure, it seems like a possible sprint. I mean, the climb, the ones they've been doing at the Milan-Sanremo, just the other way around, as they gonna approach the climb to Giovi. But it's not straightforward. Colle Giovo and Bric Berton, not too hard, but at the same time not too easy. I mean, the day itself is, it's challenging if somebody want to try something. And also the beginning, they have to go to Pieve di Teco. It's not so easy. I mean, still a lot of water under the bridge before we reach there. We have tomorrow a very demanding stage, but I think now, especially the pure sprinters, have a couple of goals in mind, 3 in a way, like surviving first of all, and then Milan and Rome, 2 of the big cities of Italy, and maybe Novi Ligure could be another opportunity. Not many chances for the sprinters in this Giro d'Italia. It is a very demanding Giro d'Italia nonetheless, and I think Novi Ligure might see the control of teams, but still a couple of days before we reach the Ligurian coast.
Trouble is, Jacopo, there's an awful lot of teams without success so far at the Giro d'Italia.
And they're going to go for...
Their opportunities for the breakaway are beginning to run out as well. We're reaching the halfway point very soon of the Giro. And we've got how many teams? 19 teams still without a victory?
Yeah, there's just been 4 teams with a victory so far. So I would be surprised if it's not going to be a very hectic, demanding, or going into the stages. As you said, a lot of teams are still missing a good results, even in a way. You know, if you take Little Trek, for instance, I mean, they haven't got close to a victory so far. So I think they're very focused on doing something very good.
So after Tim von Teutenberg, Tim Naberman has started his effort. Paul Penwitz, the sprinter from Groupama FDJ United, he is also off and running. And he'll be followed in a few seconds' time by Nico Dentz, the German from Red Bull Bordeaux-Hansgrohe. As another German powers his way ever closer to this finish line. He's the first rider on the road. Started off, just a little reminder, the 4th off the start ramp. He is now the first rider who's going to post the time. But it's not the fastest rider on the road at the moment. There's not much in it. But Johan Preiss-Petersen of Alpecin Premier Tech went through the first checkpoint. The only indication we've had so far, just 7 seconds faster than Max Walscheid. Huge wattage that Walscheid is casually transmitting through those cranks. As we get our first glimpse of the out-and-out favourite, freshly shaved by the looks of it. That beard that isn't particularly aerodynamic has been trimmed ever since he gave the interview not so long ago. Lightening the load, at least in terms of the hair on his face. And yeah, well, he's always a big favourite for an individual time trial, but not often as strong a favourite as he is today on this very flat, pan-flat parcours of 42 kilometres in length. It falls absolutely into the skill set of Filippo Ganna. .7 kilometres into this individual time trial. Coming towards the end as a casual goose or duck just makes its way over in front of the...
They're not crossing in the right spot, you know. They're going to be fine.
Back on board with Max Walscheid. That was indeed Jonathan Milan we were just looking at, who's 34 kilometres from the finish line. Walscheid, his teammate, is just over 15 kilometres from home. But already, over half an hour into this effort, he's going to be hurting immensely at this point. This is a very, very long effort. Yeah,
as we said, maybe the time of today's stage is going to be in around 50 minutes. Maybe I underestimate, maybe a little bit less. can be even faster, but I expect the time to be around 52, 53 for the more pure specialist of the time trial. I mean, we can have an indication. We talked about the pacing strategy. We're not an expert, and neither I or Ned, so we are just guessing how fast they're going to ride today. But it's a good indication also the gear they're using, 6410. Yeah. That's a massive one.
You can really notice that as they come off the start ramp as well. Just getting these bikes up to speed is a huge effort. And this rider, this Dutch rider, will definitely attack this, I think, and see how deep he can go, what sort of a time he can post. Look at the difference between his attitude off the start ramp and Tim Ton Teutenberg, who's the last rider we saw off the ramp. He means business here, doesn't he, Bax? Yeah,
and immediately in position. Of course, when you can accelerate, being already in the position of an aero position, it's definitely easier to speed up. As Max Walscheid, that's the road that going to lead the rider into Massa, and that's a hard one. Look how long it is. They're going to cross all the villages, Marina di Viareggio, Marina di Massa, Forte dei Marmi. I mean, all those villages need to be overtaken in order to reach the finish line here. There's going to be just a little right bend before the final. It is Larsen. He's a good time trialist. He was second last year in national championship in Denmark. And he can do very good in time trial. So I think it's going to be another focused rider for the today's stage.
And that is a hard national championship to win, isn't it?
It's not an easy one. It's not an easy one.
You get these countries a bit like Australia. That's always a very competitive time trial championship. 33.17 for Max Walscheid at the second checkpoint. Let's see how Press Pedersen does. Yeah, the Australian Championship always very hard. The Italian Championship historically has been quite hard. The British Time Trial Championship is a very hard one, and the Danes as well. They tend to produce a really good crop of time trial champions. Yeah,
last year was a mighty 47 minutes effort. It was 41 kilometers, so not too far from what we see now, and it was won by Mats Pedersen. There was Niklas Larsen, the rider we just mentioned, Kasper Asgren, Witten Phillips, and Price Pietersen also on the road, and Mikkel Bjerg. So we have three of the best Danish time trialists. We're just missing Mats Pedersen, really.
Jacopo, Price Pedersen has just gone past Frank van den Broek. He started 5 minutes after Van den Broek on the road, so he's now the second rider on the road, Johan Price Pedersen. Flying, he really is, and in about a minute we'll see how he compares at the second checkpoint of Forte dei Marmi to the time of Max Walscheid, the time to beat at the checkpoint, 33.17. So around about 45 seconds from here to see whether Price Pedersen has held his advantage that he had over Walscheid at the opening checkpoint, or even grown it. But a 5 minute difference between Price Pedersen and Frank van den Broek, and growing. Some of the time gaps today are going to be huge.
That's for the... It's trying to get just a little bit of slipstream in there with the motorbike in front of him.
It's going to be a little bit less. I think that Walscheid has actually taken a bit of time back on Johan Price Pedersen, and Price Pedersen has faded just a little bit in the middle of today's parcours. It's going to be very close.
1 second.
Just 1 second. So he's lost 6 seconds to Max Walscheid in the middle of the time trial today. 33.16, the new best time for Price Pedersen.
Ryan Mullen definitely not much involved in today's stage, as already conceded 1 minute 32 on the first intermediate.
Niklas Larsen heading south out of Viareggio. Chasing Sjoerd Bax on the road. After Larsen on the road, there's Martin Macelusi, Fran Mihailovic, Rasmus Pedersen, the German Jonas Rutsch is about to go. Very compact figure, Niklas Larsen. Good position on the bike.
was involved in the chase and breakaways in first days of this Giro d'Italia. Something that he never experienced. I think, you know, the first race, they always come after 9 stages, and that's where the riders who are experiencing or testing themselves in the very first Grand Tour gonna start to live something completely new and unknown, because all the biggest races, we call them 1 week races, although they last a little bit longer sometimes, like Tour de Suisse was normally 9 stages, Dauphiné 8 stages, Tirreno 7 stages. They get into the unknown. They don't know how their body gonna react, you know, to this long and sustained efforts over the second and third week. Is something just the Grand Tour can give it to you. So something that is gonna shape the body. It's often been said that once you're gonna approach and finish your first Grand Tour, your body is almost like growing in strength and power. So for a lot of the riders that are tackling first Grand Tour ever, it's going to be almost like a line on the sand, overtaking this and becoming what the best version of themselves.
So Waldscheid with around about 9 kilometers remaining. Johan Pleiss Pedersen approaching the arch that tells him there are 10 kilometers of this long time trial still to go. Not quite the same smooth position on the bike, a little bit more rocking as well from Pleiss Pedersen.
He's looking also to get the best lines on the asphalt. I mean, this is something like the riders who've want to be involved into today's stage. They've been out testing as well. You know, you can imagine, and it's quite obvious how much impact could have riding on the best surfaces rather than where it's bumpy or you got some holes or horror or whatsoever. So he decided, instead of going on and off the new tarmac patches, to just stay close to the line. Also, where it's painted is usually faster than when it's not. So that's why sometimes riders try to pedal when it's possible on the painted lines and strips on the asphalt.
It's an agonizingly long straight road, isn't it? Really, really hard test of physical endurance and stamina and mental fortitude as well, because this is painful, this effort. Larsson's still on the outward stretch of this out and back opening loop in and out of Viareggio. 6 minutes into his effort.
It's a strange jersey. It looks almost like an emoji on the graphic.
Little smiley face. Unibet Rose Rockets.
Some clouds are appearing around
what's here. Car?
Yeah, with
no X-car. So yeah, Jonathan Milan's Minuteman
with Lowland. Zacharias Lowland was in his way with the car, because that's the problem in this this situation. You know, the team car cannot go on the other side because
traffic. Yeah,
oncoming riders as well.
Yeah. So Jonathan Milan, just a slight delay for him, taking his Minuteman Lowland.
It's very curious. I think that's that image gave us a good indication how different shapes of the helmets they got.
Yeah, what interests me and amazes me is that there isn't one correct version of aerodynamics. So many different shapes producing a similar result, and all the wind tunnel testing has this outcome that there's an enormous variation in terms of the aerodynamic helmets. Back on the start ramp though, we've got another rider from XDS Astana. That's Davide Ballerini, winner of the stage in Naples. His first ever Giro stage victory. Came in an unexpected fashion, but he took his opportunity when it was presented itself, and he held off Jasper Stuyven, no less a rider than him, all the way to the finish line. A mighty win for Davide Ballerini, and a very, very successful start to the Giro d'Italia for XDS Astana, with victories for Thomas Silva, a spell in the Maglia Rosa, and another win for Davide Ballerini. Their Giro is complete.
It was a very big success for them. they started off, I mean, Giro d'Italia, I think, is a perfect hunting place for XDS Astana. Always been very successful in this race, and they started off good with Scaroni and Silva. They continue to impress with Malucelli, got 15 in Sofia. Then the victory of Ballerini in the slippery condition of Naples. They've done very good so far, and I think it's more to come, as we all expecting a victory from Scaroni. I mean, he was second last year in the KOM classification, winning one stage, and he looked very much in shape. So I think in the coming days he's going to be up there among the best again.
Jonathan Milan enjoying a bit of support from the side of the road, approaching the first checkpoint. Quite a long way down on the pairing of Max Walscheid and Prijs Petersen. It's going to be over a minute and a half down on Prijs Petersen's best time that still holds of 20 minutes and 2 seconds. But the last indication we had was that the comparison between Walscheid and Prijs Petersen has come down to nothing, really, just 1 second in it. It's all going to be about the pace of the last 13 kilometers.
Already big drama with just the first two riders on the...
Yep. The momentum, though, is with Max Walscheid.
It is probably one of the most famous thing or product of this region, of this northern region of Tuscany. The marble, been wonderful caves up in the mountains here, Marmo di Carrara and Massa. It's an amazing place that you can also enter with a motorbike in some parts of it. Offering a unique scene, very often producing one of the most famous marble, but nonetheless also being famous for some commercial spots and photographic sets.
Another sprinter in the start house, it's Ethan Vernon of NSN. And again, you can see just how relaxed his approach is to the time trial. Not this man, though. Prijs Petersen is looking to set the best time. Max Walscheid will be coming to the line fairly soon. Prijs Petersen now 42 minutes into his effort. Yeah, these riders not that familiar with time trialing over this kind of a distance any longer. Grand Tour time trials tend to be in the 20s, occasionally in the low 30s, but rarely of this length in the modern era.
Well, very normally it's always the championship time trial that offers such a long distance, not in a Grand Tour or in stage races. So it's quite unique to have something like this, and also to have something like this altitude is pan flat all day long here in Tuscany, so it's just about strength and measuring the effort. Here is the older brief time as they're gonna approach the north of Massa, heading to the mountains before another U-turn, rejoining the coastline, and for a brief moment before turning right.
Yeah. He would have almost seen the finish line ahead of him on the road, and then has to follow the arrows that then go off, turning right and heading in a westerly direction towards the hills, an easterly direction towards the hills, for an extra few kilometers of a loop, Johan Prijs Petersen. And with 3.6 kilometers remaining, as he passes through 4K to go, there will be the final checkpoint as well. No information about how Max Walscheid went through that checkpoint.
Soon he's going to be at the finish line. He was at 3.5 last time we seen. Now get back on him. I think he already overtook the 2-kilometer mark from the finish.
Yep, 1.8 kilometers to go. 46 minutes into his effort then. He will post the first time at the finish line, and obviously the best time at the finish line, and then he's going to have to recover and stand there and wait to see whether or not he'll be directed onto the hot seat because Price Pettersson will finish 2 minutes after him.
If the trend was correct, I think it's gonna stay. It's gonna stay. It's gonna keep. It's gonna get the lead and keep the lead. Max Walscheid.
Yep. Yeah, the momentum seemed to be with the German. There's the right-handed turn ahead of him. He'll turn there and he'll see the Flamme Rouge ahead of him. 1 kilometre to go. Last little technicality, that roundabout. Then the right-hander. So that's the final kilometre.
So it's actually faster than our prediction, a very non-scientific prediction we had so far.
Of around about 50 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be around 48, 30, 49 minutes. So maybe the best riders, like the more pure time trial, is going to be around 47, 30.
No holding back now for Max Walscheid, who sets the first benchmark, picking off all the riders who started ahead of him on the road. His Minutemen, Malicelli, Blickra, Vandenbroek, all caught and passed a long time ago by Max Walscheid. 300 meters to go for him. You can see one of the few little lumps that he has to get over is that little bridge that he's just left behind him in the final kilometre.
That's the last corner. Finally gonna see for the first time the finish line. 200 meters to go for Max Walscheid, setting off as fourth in line, but scoring the best time.
48.10, the time to beat for everybody out on the course. An average speed of over 52 kilometers an hour in those conditions over that distance is prodigious. Max Walscheid has done a very good time there. So 48.10 for Max Walscheid, and Price Pedersen has to measure himself against that.
It was a tremendous effort. 48 minutes of time trial is definitely demanding. Just wait a couple of minutes for this man to reach the finish line, as he started off exactly that amount of time after Max Walscheid. He was basically at the same time at the last intermediate. Only 1 second was dividing the two riders. Seems like a little bit slower at this point, but it might be an impression as both those riders that were pushing a very big gear. Soon last kilometer for him as well, and I think it's behind, because either way he's gonna ride at 60 per hour, actually faster than 60 km per hour, but it's gonna be slower.
Yep, he can't do that last kilometre, I don't think, in under a minute. So Johan Price Pedersen went out very hard, and over the course of from the middle onwards and the final third of this time trial has lost time to Max Walscheid, who held his pace all the way to the line. Price Pedersen's time, though, will be good enough for provisional second place, and he'll probably stay in provisional second place for some time to come. The first two riders really to signal their intent in this individual time trial are the first two to finish their time trial. Price Pedersen also picking off, what, 5 Minutemen? Frank Vandenbroek being the last, who went off 5 minutes ahead of Price Pedersen. Price Pedersen passed him a long time ago, so...
Yeah, four riders. Four riders. Yeah, he was the 6th in line.
So Max Walscheid will be heading to the hot seat, and Johan Price Pedersen, in the end, completes his time trial 12 seconds down on Max Walscheid.
48.22 for the Danish rider, Price Pedersen. Already sometimes for some interviews. And another, in a way, tactic that some teams are using, teams that are presenting some of the favorite, is to have one of their riders going out and going full gas, just to give indication for the next in line or in a hierarchy of the team, as he can experience and feel how the wind feels, how the corner feels, and it can be a good indication for who's coming next. Price Pedersen was world champion in the time trial in 21 as U23 category. Since then has had not the best time confirming himself among the pro ranks. He's been for 3 years with Bahrain Victorious before moving last year to Alpecin Premier Tech.
Just looking at Nicholas Larsen at the moment, we don't know how well he's going, but he is bit by bit approaching the first checkpoint where we'll get an indication for the first time. But looking at some of the other riders who posted times at the checkpoints, so far at the first checkpoint that Larsen is approaching, we've got Price Pedersen and Valscheid in just over 20 minutes, but the next best rider, Antonio Morgado, is almost a minute down on them. So at the moment, Valscheid and Price Pedersen in a little category of their own, and nobody else is even remotely close to their times out on the road. Sjödbacks from Pinarello Q36.5.
He has already overtaken Aiko Bastians from Sudal Quick Step seen on the background.
And I would assume Timo Kielich as well, who was his minute man. Bastians was his 2-minute man. So Sjödbacks is doing a very good time here. And he's gone faster than either Price Pedersen or Max Valscheid. That's the fastest time now. Sjödbacks 12 seconds faster than Price Pedersen at the first checkpoint.
So that means he's about 29 seconds faster than Max Valscheid, who was 17 seconds down on Pierre Petersen at the very same point. Nicholas Larsen also very fast coming to the same spot. He started just 1 minute down of Sjödbacks.
1950 is the time to measure himself against. Sjödbacks just posted it, but Larsen is outside of that time.
21 seconds. Still a long way till the line, as we saw. Price Petersen also was approaching in this with a good advantage over Max Valscheid fading towards the end. So still have to see how it's going to evolve today's stage for Nicholas Larsen. As you see, Timo Kielich, the classic rider sprinter for Visma Lease bike on domestic duties in this Giro d'Italia. So he's trying to take in the easiest possible way of this time trial.
What wind there is today, and it's not particularly strong, is just being... Nicholas Larsen is finding a little bit of shelter from at the moment as they pass through Lido di Camaiore. Timo Kielich ahead of him. And we're getting ever closer to the start time of Filippo Ganna now. Less than 10 minutes to go before Ganna is unleashed on this course. He goes off at 20 minutes past the hour as Nicholas Larsen gets onto the wheel of Timo Kielich and past him. Kielich going off 2 minutes ahead of Larsen. And Larsen, the next rider he'll find on the road might well be Aiko Bastians. Michael Pierre warming up, I should say. 15 minutes, a little bit more than that, and he goes.
Bettiol.
Alberto Bettiol.
Michael Wahlgren here. Jul Jensen for Jake Alula. Here is some images on Ethan Vernon, sprinter for NSN team.
Yeah, by the looks of it, Ethan Vernon is just getting round in one piece safely. In a good position, but you can just see by his body language there that he's fairly relaxed on that bike. He's not pushing too hard. No incentive really for Vernon to extend himself or put too much effort in that he doesn't need to today.
Yeah, he is a good...
that was a bit sketchy, wasn't it?
Yeah, he is a good time trialist when it comes down to prologue, as he's been coming off the track. He was part of the Great Britain Team Pursuit team. So when it's the the time trial is a prologue, so featuring like roughly 5, 6, 7 kilometers. It's a very strong rider, but this is completely another story. Too long effort for the British rider, and it's going to be just managing the effort, trying to get away with less energy spent in this very stage.
As we pick up Sjoerd Baks again on the road for the helicopter. By the way, Frank van den Broek, who was the first rider off the start ramp, has now finished his time trial, and he's 7 minutes and 36 seconds down on Max Walscheid's time. Erlend Blikra has finished as well. I can tell you he's 8 minutes down exactly on Max Walscheid's time. It just shows you how big the time gaps can be potentially, and that's going to really shake up the general classification. As Filippo Ganna now, I don't know if you noticed, Jacopo, when he gave his interview at the beginning of the programme, our live coverage, he did an interview, and he still had a thick beard. He's now shaved it.
He did.
In between doing the interview. It's not totally shaved, he's just still got a little bit of sort of like one-day stubble there.
I always ask myself if he was, you know, fast enough, the beard. Yeah. Apparently he was having like he produced quite some performance back in Tirreno Adriatico this spring. Actually it was still winter when he won by a large margin over the second, and he's still featuring a big beard. He's shaved. So
mostly shaved.
Mostly.
95% shaved.
So just to give an indication why some riders are taking so easy, normally the time cut is calculated on a percentage over the that decrease or increase accordingly to the speed of the stage, and this is true for the totality of the stages, except the individual time trial, where it's a fixed percentage but a very large one. It's 33%. So in today it could be expected to be around 15 and 40 minutes. So they could, they could benefit from a large margin. So that's why some of the riders are really approaching in a very calm and relaxed way this stage.
Paul Magnier, he looks extremely relaxed, doesn't he? Enjoying himself down at the start ramp and preparing to take his position and get going. He goes 2 minutes ahead of Filippo Ganna, and the Frenchman will probably expect to be caught quite quickly by Filippo Ganna. A couple of minutes of waiting still for Ganna.
Which he looks also very relaxed in conversation both with Magnier and Jasper Stuyven. It is Paul Magnier, already 2 victories in very Giro d'Italia, wearing with a large margin the maglia ciclamino, and even more, like, I think the most impressive performance by Magnier so far in this Giro d'Italia didn't come when he won the stages, but when he got third in Napoli, because although he was slightly uphill, being caught in a crash at 350 meters to go and managed to get third,
yeah, and
not beaten by other riders who went down by just by 2 riders who didn't crash.
So the maglia ciclamino out on the road then, the leader of the points competition, Paul Magnier. Nice position on the time trial bike. And off he goes. After him comes Cyril Barth, the veteran Frenchman from Groupama FDJ United, and then Filippo Ganna. So a minute and a half before Filippo Ganna starts.
It's going to be thanks also to the national champion jersey of Filippo Ganna. Is unmistakable. It's going to be cheered by all the public here on Viareggio and Marina di Massa. It's a loved rider, Filippo Ganna, in Italy. I mean, every time he's hitting the roads of the Giro or Milan-Sanremo, you know, or Tirreno, has been crowds cheering for him. So we could expect today to be another good example of that.
Sjoerd Baks is bit by bit starting to approach the second checkpoint, where Price Peterson so far has gone faster than anyone, 33.16. So around about 3 minutes, we'll see how Sjerd Bax is comparing himself to Pres Pettersson's pace. Here he is then, the Italian champion, former world champion, one of the defining time trialists of his generation. At times throughout his long career now already, Filippo Ganna has been untouchable, totally dominant. Finds himself with competition on the very world stage in the shape of Remco Evenepoel, and from time to time even his stablemate Josh Tarling, who's a developing talent. But here in this peloton, in this race, Filippo Ganna is always at his very best. Starts today the out-and-out favourite by some margin. He will want to execute his time trial to perfection and produce a masterclass today, Filippo Ganna, and who would bet against that? Very quickly into his position now, turning quite a high cadence at the moment, settling in for these 42 kilometres, which he will hope, he will expect will result in an 8th Giro d'Italia stage win.
Filippo Ganna is just what a good position on the time trial should be. The moment he's lowered himself into the aerodynamic handlebar, he just one piece with his own bike, you know, shoulders down, the head's down, not too much, and creating almost a perfect shape between helmet and his back. Look, you can basically have a tray with some glasses in there. It would not move.
It's so true. Absolutely flat back, isn't it, for Filippo Ganna? He's wonderful to watch.
Is the holder of the hour record, and as well been victorious in a couple of occasions on the World Championship, been multiple Olympic medalist. I don't know how many times world champion on the individual pursuit. It's what makes Filippo Ganna one of the greatest time trialists of ever, because he's able to produce incredible numbers and time over a 4-kilometer course, such team pursuit or individual pursuit on the track, and as well on 40-kilometer days. So it's quite a unique time trialist in the world cycling sport.
Those roads are beginning to dry up. Certainly dry conditions for Filippo Ganna. Let's hope that they remain so over the course of the next 45 odd minutes that it's going to take Filippo Ganna to get to the finish line. And let's hope that it stays dry for everybody as well. When the GC riders start to do their efforts, they have similarly dry conditions. So Sjerd Bax is now approaching the second checkpoint at Forte dei Marmi. The time to beat, or the time to, the time to post, if he's going to be faster than Pres Pettersson, is 33:16.
48. Sorry, you're talking on the intermediate. I was so focusing on the finale.
Yeah, no, it's just to get a sense of Sjerd Bax, because he was much faster than Pres Pettersson, 12 seconds faster at the first checkpoint. 33:16 is the time here to see if he's holding his form. If he looks good.
Yeah, if he managed well the effort, because I think today it's about legs, of course, like it's always been. I mean, in cycling, but it's also about managing your effort. It's a mighty 45, 46 minutes, 47 some case time trial. So you need to be very good managing the way you're pushing. It's Sjerd Bax still look like it's still in advantage compared to Pres Pettersson. I think the gap didn't stop, so we're gonna have a little 12 seconds.
12 seconds.
So much faster for the moment.
Yeah, but he's not actually gained any time on Pres Pettersson. That was exactly the same as he had at the first checkpoint. So holding steady against Pres Pettersson's time. This is not done yet.
No, depends if he's fading towards the end, as did Pres Pettersson, while Max Varschel probably he managed better the efforts, as he was keeping the same speed till the line.
Irish national champion Ryan Mullen, long way down on Max Varschel's best time at the finish line of 48:10. That's the time for everybody to beat. And Mullen comfortably home within the time limit, and that's the end of his stage 10.
Quite relaxed in his effort. The Irish national champion, multiple Irish national champion. Ethan Vernon as well.
He's gone a little bit faster, hasn't he, than Ryan Mullen, his teammate.
It's at the intermediate, placed after 17 kilometers.
Yeah, of course. scrap that. He's going to be much slower than Ryan Mullen. This is just the checkpoints, where Stuart Bax at checkpoint 1 set the best time of 19:50 at Ethan Vernon. Minutes down on that already.
It's Filippo Ganna, very composed, still spinning quite high cadence the legs. It's already seeing the car in front of him of Cyril Barth. Just started off after 5 minutes, but is about to getting in the slipstream of the Frenchman that started 1 minute before.
Nicholas Larsen at the second checkpoint. Good time, but nothing like the time of Stuart Bax of 33:04, which is the best time. 36 seconds down, that's very respectable though.
And here we're back with Stuart Bax from Pinarello Q36.5, the young Dutch rider. Still in about 12 minutes before he's gonna end his effort.
He's just got a sequence of results in individual time trials that are more than respectable. A third place, for example, a couple of years ago in the Dutch Time Trial Championship, 7th last year. He's got a 15th, for example, at the Renui Tour. This year at Tirreno Adriatico, right here, he was 22nd. They're all respectable results. Wouldn't consider himself, I don't think, a time trial specialist, Stuart Bax, but he's doing a really good ride here. And Filippo Ganna, as you rightly point out, is bearing down on Cyril Barth. The Groupama FDJ car has been has just pulled over completely to the side of the road to allow Filippo Ganna unfettered access to this open road before him, and his wattage is, as you would imagine, immense.
Yeah, it's, I think if you're gonna take out the wattage Filippo Ganna's gonna produce in this long time trial, probably is enough to cook a pie in your oven. So very powerful, not just aero. Filippo Ganna is also incredibly powerful. Soon he's going to be in the slipstream of Cyril Barth. These are the intermediates. It's been so far in the likes of only 2 riders, Walscheid and Price Peterson.
Be a little while before we get a sense of just how well Filippo Ganna is going relative to the time of Stuart Bax, for example. 16.7 kilometres of racing before they get to the first checkpoint at Viale Regina Margherita.
What is, I think, one of the most iconic moments of Filippo Ganna winning a time trial was also in the Giro d'Italia, when he won despite having a flat tire at the very end of the time trial to Milan. That was already 3-4 years ago. But there have been times where Filippo Ganna seemed unstoppable. For a brief couple of years, when with the race of Evenepoel, he found himself like often being beaten also by, as you mentioned, Joshua Tarling, by the aforementioned Remco Evenepoel. And I think this year he focused a lot back on the time trial, and it seems like back on the saying old glory would be possibly too much, but just like the same shape he was having 2-3 years ago.
Look how quickly he pulls away from Cyril Barth, his Minuteman. Next on the road is Paul Magnier. Mirko Maestri is vulnerable to being caught and passed by Filippo Ganna, as would David Gonzalez be as well. All those riders, Gonzalez going off 4 minutes ahead of Filippo Ganna. I think he'll probably catch him as well. So 10 minutes potentially from the finish line now for Stuart Bax. 48.10 is the best time at the moment. Max Walscheid is in the hot seat. He'll be watching anxiously because this Dutchman is doing a very good time. But Max Walscheid got faster towards the finish line. So this is not a certainty, I don't think at all, that Stuart Bax is going to post a better time than Max Walscheid. It's going to be tight.
And now it's time for Mika Bjerg. It's one of the best time trials, despite, I mean, it's don't let yourself fool by just one victory, but the strong Danish rider in the time trial in his pro career, because he's been moving to the pro categories when it was the time of, again, Filippo Ganna, Remco Evenepoel. But he's a very good time trialist. He won already if I'm not mistaken, a couple of time trial world championship when he was U23.
Yep, that's correct.
And he turned himself into more of a pure domestic, you know. It was the victory of Jonathan Narvaez the other day in the stage of Fermo was also thanks to this man who managed to stay clear in front of the peloton with the fellow teammates from Ecuador. But he's a very good time trialist, and I think like since he was spared from domestic duties, except okay, the other day was a day of breakaway, but the remaining of the Giro was just off on the hunt for breakaway. But despite that, he never had to really work at the front. He might have some more energy than sometimes, you know. I think in the Grand Tours for Mikkelberg, sometimes it's just hard, you know, to have the energy to compete in the time trial because he spent so much for controlling the peloton for the leader of the team.
So an indication that Filippo Ganna is around about half a minute up on Max Walscheid's best time at the moment and extending his advantage. Yeah, Mikel Bier, one of the most extraordinary things about him, I think, is how well he climbs. He's a tall rider, big rider, but his climbing prowess, the way he supports his GC favourites is extraordinary. Yeah. And he's got a real ability to hurt himself. So, the Frenchman, Rémi Cavagna.
I've just witnessed a little bit of maybe chalk on his fingers. Yeah, there's definitely chalk.
Keep a little bit of a grip. The temperature's going up. Those hands will start to run with sweat in this bright sunshine over this long effort as Cavagna, the TGV, gets his time trial underway. Jonathan Milan coming to the line.
4 minutes down, so it was the easy day for the Italian.
Won't be picking up any points with that in the Maglia Ciclamino. Points available for the first 15 riders in the classification on this stage. But Milan just bunny hops over a drain cover.
Just to, of course, UCI have certain rules and regulation for helmets, for handlebars, also for clothing, and so it's forbidden, of course, to have grippy clothing, so they cannot place on the seat or on the chamois or anything that can grip over the saddle in order to retain the position. At the same time, there cannot be any metal aid or that modify the shape of your body inside the skin suit they're wearing, and as well the helmets need to comply with certain measurement. It cannot be overly long or overly large. You need to stay within, and it needs to be approved. So all the things you'll be seeing here, as we just have a replay of Filippo Ganna overtaking Magnier. It was strange to see Filippo Ganna standing on the pedals. Maybe it was just after the corner. We haven't seen what was happening before this, because that's the position he's going to stay maybe the whole time except for cornering.
Smoothly done for Filippo Ganna. Over a minute up on the pace of Max Walscheid at the moment. And that shot of Sjoerd Baks that we just saw, he was overtaking a rider from Picnic Post Enel. That was Tim Naberman, who went off 6 minutes before Sjoerd Baks. And Filippo Ganna has taken his 2-minute man, as we saw just a few moments ago. Paul Magnier, Mirko Maestri would be the next rider potentially ahead of him on the road.
There is Jasper Stuyven, I think, coming down from Soudal Quick-Step. Here we are with Rémi Cavagna.
Third place in the UAE Tour individual time trial. That's a very good result from Rémi Cavagna. It's always a very competitive field at the UAE Tour. Rider who was with Quick-Step for many, many years. Switched a couple of years ago to Groupama. Not a prolific winner, but always competitive as an individual time trialist, Cavagna. After him, Darren Rafferty has started. Axel Oens, his teammate, Corbin Strong, Chris Juul Jensen, Mick van Dijk, he can do a good individual time trial, the rider from Red Bull Border Hansgrohe. But a rider who we were talking about a long time ago as a potential dark horse for a podium spot today, Alex Segaerts, is about to go in around about 6 minutes' time.
Yep, there's been a couple of occasions European champion in the U23 category, been also on the podium and the World Championship of the very same category. Is being off of, he haven't won much this year. I mean, if you look at the results, just the mere finish line results, it would not tell you much. How I think has grown this year. Alex Segaerts, he was very active during the Classics campaign.
Yeah.
And I think he has stepped up a notch. He freshly moved from Lotto, now what is Lotto Intermarché, was Lotto Destiny last year. And I think he's moved to Bahrain Victorious. He followed his brother, which is one of the trainer of the Bahrain Victorious team. And I think he stepped up a notch compared to last year. And I'll be very curious to see how he's going to perform in a long time trial. He's a very talented young rider, Alex Segaerts, from Flemish part of Belgium. And we're back here on Filippo Ganna, 15 minutes into the effort for him.
Heading back towards Viareggio. And heading slowly but surely towards the first checkpoint where Sjoerd Bax has posted the best time of 19 minutes and 50 seconds. So in around about 3.5 minutes, I think we'll see Filippo Ganna at the first checkpoint. And then we'll get a real measure of how much time he's taking on everybody in this individual time trial. But perfect conditions here for Filippo Ganna.
We haven't seen much of also Alberto Bettiol. When he's good, he can perform. He can deliver some very good performances in time trial, and I think he's good. He was on the hunt of a breakaway chance the other day, right with Filippo Ganna. The duo were up front for nearly 40 kilometers before decided to stop direction because they was too far from the finish. But nonetheless, I would expect some good things from Alberto Bettiol if he's good in this time trial.
Those flags gave you an indication of the wind direction that Filippo Ganna is facing. Just a crosshead wind coming over their left shoulder, but blowing into their face as they head north.
Short box is at the last kilometer.
1 minute and 11 seconds.
It's tight.
It's going to be close, isn't it? So Max Walczak will be looking on a little bit anxiously here. 48.10 could be enough for Sjoerd Bax. Still got a minute to play with. And Max Walczak, I think, is possibly a bit resigned to his fate here. The Dutchman. Running Max Walczak close. 500 meters to go for the Dutchman. 48 seconds in order to get there. Should be all right for Sjoerd Bax, who's held his form together, the fastest at both the intermediate checkpoints. Heading towards the finish then. This final corner, this right-handed corner, after which there are only around about 10 seconds to go until the finish line. He's going to post the best time here, Sjoerd Bax. Gets out of the saddle then, sprints for the line just to make sure. Max Walczak will be bumped off the hot seat and Sjoerd Bax will take his place instead. 13 seconds in the end, faster than Max Walczak.
So it's 47.58, 47.57, my bad.
47.57, yep.
So time is going down, overall time of this time trial. How much you reckon we might go down till? 46.30?
Filippo Ganna.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think in about 30 minutes time we're going to know more.
He seems to be Ganna seems to be taking possibly 40 seconds per 10 kilometers at the moment, so it could be a big difference between the Walczak Bax kind of time and what Filippo Ganna is able to do. That is a very good time trial there from Pinarello 36.5's Sjoerd Bax, the Dutchman. Will it be enough to win the stage? No, almost certainly not, unless Filippo Ganna has an incident that prevents him from posting a better time than that, because out on the road, Ganna, as you'd expect, is motoring.
Niklas Larsen approaching the finale as well. He was losing ground, as there's a confirmation with the graphic now. Is going to be, I think, roughly 45, 50 seconds down on Sjoerd Bax. the Danish rider. Very good time trialist, but didn't quite have the legs he was hoping for today. Being beaten by a less specialist than him.
Still, a very good performance from Nicholas Larsson on debut here at the Grand Tour for the Unibet Rose Rockets. 38 seconds slower than Stuart Bax's new fast time of 47.57. The first rider to go under 48 minutes is Stuart Bax.
Here is Pippo Ganna getting close to the intermediate checkpoint, yeah.
The first one at Stuart Bax held the best time of 19 minutes and 50 seconds. This is after 16.7 kilometers of racing. Filippo Ganna's going to go quicker, but by how much? A lot is the answer. 41 seconds faster than Stuart Bax.
There's a big and huge time gap difference between the two riders. As the rider we just talked about, Belgium, the Flemish rider, former European Championship champion in the U23 category, Alex Segard. Off the ramp. We're curious to see how he's going to perform in such a long time trial. The young Belgian rider.
Did his reconnaissance ride yesterday with the Maglia Rosa. He was in his company, Afonso Eulalio, and for Eulalio, well, we've got plenty of time to talk about him, Jacopo, but it's going to be such an important time trial for him. And he will have benefited, I'm sure, from Alex Segard giving him some advice, because Eulalio, in his entire career to this point, has never really had to race an individual time trial. Sure, he's raced them with small letters, but he's never raced them with a capital letter, because he's never really been in the general classification. He's not had to up till this point.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy because it's a very, very long one, and he's facing. I mean, Vingegaard, he's a good time trialist himself.
Yeah.
I mean, he could not rule him out even from a stage victory today, honestly, if he's one of those days where he performed very good. Maybe it's too pump flat for him, but nonetheless, it's going to be a good challenge for Eulalio, which so far provided us with a lot of. That's a great show. Like, the right term for this was great show, because he was always at the front, and sometimes, some occasion, even aggressively in his defense of the Maglia Rosa.
But Jacopo, even if Eulalio probably knows in his heart of hearts defending the Maglia Rosa today will be next to impossible, even if he's kind of mentally conceded that, he still absolutely has to go about his business as hard as possible today, because he still needs to keep himself in the hunt for a podium place, potentially. Yeah,
it's at this point we know that in 10 days everything might change,
sure,
and quite dramatically, but till you got the energy, you should not concede anything on the ground. And I think it will be, we have to see more from him, at least in the second week. The third, we don't know. It's the second time he's experiencing a Grand Tour. Last year was at the starting off his first Grand Tour right here at the Giro d'Italia before the 19th stage from the finish. He was forced to abandon, but he knows what it means to ride a 3 weeks race, and if he's good, then he needs to give all he can, all the energies left on the ground, because I mean, he can do something historical for himself also. Being able to, even a top 10 would be a overly good result for him, the way he started his Giro d'Italia. And it is just a recap of what we just said about Alex Segard winning 2-time the time trial, and being able to win a Renewi Tour, the former known as Tour of Benelux or Eneco Tour.
Yeah, also that performance landed him in second place in the general classification in that stage race.
He just lost it at the very last stage when a little bit of drama occurred with Arnaud Delis was in a breakaway with Tim Wellens. Yeah, eventually won the general classification.
He beat some good riders though in that individual time trial, beating Magnus Sheffield, Stefan Bissiger, Tobias Foss, a former world champion, and Tim Wellens.
Different lengths though. It was a 16-minute time trial. Nothing compared to what they have to endure and getting through today. But nonetheless, he knows what it takes. He knows what you have to do to be good in a time trial.
Rider approaching the checkpoint from XDS Astana. Alberto Bettiol, I guess. Yep. Bettiol. And a fairly modest time again. Well, if you measure him against Filippo Ganna, which is almost unfair, to do, then it doesn't look that good. But actually, when you measure him against a lot of the other riders, that's a pretty respectable time from Alberto Bettiol.
Here the finish, we're just seeing Stuart Bax approaching the hot seats. It's right here in front of us.
Filippo Ganna's over halfway through his individual time trial now. 20 kilometres remain for Filippo Ganna. He goes through underneath that arch, just inside 25 minutes of effort over the course of the opening 22 kilometres.
And he's now in Camaiore, where the usual time trial in Tirreno Adriatico. Very similar to this one, in fact, just 1/3 of the length. Mikkel Bjerg, we haven't seen yet his time. Soon is going to be as well at the intermediate.
Yep, he's heading back in towards Viareggio. Mikkel Bjerg started his effort 9 minutes after Filippo Ganna rolled off the start ramp. And 2 minutes behind Mikkel Bjerg as well. Don't forget the French time trial specialist Rémi Cavagna. Still to come in the next few minutes, we've got Matteo Sobrero, who goes at 13 minutes to the hour. Look out as well for Ben Turner. He could do a very good time trial. He goes at 3 minutes to the hour, and then 2 minutes after him, Nelson Oliveira. So some names of interest still coming thick and fast on this start sheet. But quite rightly, a lot of our focus and our attention is on Filippo Ganna, delivering so far the expected result on the road.
Some dark clouds looming at the background, as you can see. There might be some weather changes for later on, but we are already 9 stages into the race, so the riders who are here going for the GC, they're gonna hitting the road with more or less the same road condition. But you see, it's getting darker. Might be some rains later on coming and reaching the coastline here in Tuscany. Matteo Sobrero, a massive 68. I think this chain ring is actually bigger than these cranks.
Grand plateau, huh?
Very, very grand plateau. I wonder if we're gonna have a shot of this, a view from his side, but it's quite a big chain ring. Matteo Sobrero is power to victory, the stage, the time trial stage in Hungary. That was in 2022 when he was still in the, oh, I don't remember the name back then, Jaco. That's long ago.
Mitchelton Scott, possibly?
Yeah, he was still the light blue jersey. But it's a very good time trial. He's been already
national champion.
National champion indeed, and he's also, I think, he can get a lot of, you know, indication, I would say, or suggestion from Filippo Ganna. Has been together with the sister of Filippo, so we can call them parents, a part of the same family. Mikkel Bjerg.
Yeah, it's Matthijs Pasgens who he is catching.
Yeah, sliding around on the big den. He doesn't want to stand in the way, and he show with the show event to indicate that he's conceding ground on Mikkel. Crossing this corner cautiously. Soon it's going to be time for the time check for Mikkel Bjerg as well.
He's a long way down on Filippo Ganna's time. Ganna went through that checkpoint at 19:09, so 10 seconds ago, and Mikkel Bjerg can't even see it yet, so Mikkel Bjerg is going to be well outside the time of Filippo Ganna. Nonetheless, when he measures himself against the likes of Max Walscheid, Price Pedersen and Stuart Bax, he's right in the mix. But the problem is Filippo Ganna, who just is in another league at the moment on the
We're going to wait a little bit more to see if Sobrero and Almosa have high hopes on Magnus Sheffield on today's stage. It's a very good time trialist, but now the gap, as Unet pointed out, it's very big. It's a vast minute, I would say, between Filippo Ganna and Mikkel Bjerg, the big Danish rider. Yes, 57, 58 seconds, 56.
Nonetheless, he drops Max Walscheid down to 5th place at the first checkpoint. So it's all relative. But Michael Pierre unable to live with the pace being set by Filippo Ganna. Ganna has just gone past another rider on the road. Was that Maestri? Went by so quickly, couldn't even get a look at who that was. Ahead of him is the arch. It says 5 kilometres to go. 15, I should say. He's done 5 kilometres in no time at all. Seems like only a couple of minutes ago that he was passing under 20 kilometres to go. As we pick up Rémi Cavagna now, approaching the checkpoint as well.
It's not as composed as Filippo Ganna. Let's be seen if, nonetheless, despite the style not being the same, he's going to be producing some good numbers. No, he's behind as well. Better than Michael Bjerg, but nothing close to Filippo Ganna at the moment. Let's not forget, it's a long-term trial. But at the moment, Rémi Cavagna is going to concede at least 30, 40 seconds on the Italian.
So Filippo Ganna definitely going to form this time trial. Cavagna quite significantly faster than Michael Bjerg. That's a good time for Rémi Cavagna, comfortably the second fastest at that checkpoint, 10 seconds faster than Sjoerd Baks.
So the only position that matters is the first position.
That's Maestri, ahead of Filippo Ganna. So I think it's David Gonzalez who is... was that Bais? No, it's Maestri. David Gonzalez, I think, has already been caught and passed. So this is the 4th rider that Filippo Ganna has caught on the road. And he's now 1 minute and 45 seconds or thereabouts up on the time of Sjoerd Baks.
That's quite some gap, isn't it?
Yeah.
But look at the difference in speed between Filippo Ganna powering away from Mirko Maestri. He's producing a remarkable performance, Filippo Ganna.
Approaching the second checkpoint as the clock ticks down. He is almost there, and Sjoerd Baks posted 33.04. Filippo Ganna goes through the second checkpoint 1 minute and 19 seconds up on Sjoerd Baks' best time.
Basically, every time he reaches intermediate, he's gaining something like 40 seconds on Sjoerd Baks. It's a surprise first time for the moment for Sjoerd Baks, but nonetheless, the performance of Filippo Ganna is quite remarkable.
31 minutes 55 seconds, I make it. His time at the second checkpoint. So right on course now, Filippo Ganna, to take a devastating time at the finish line to dislodge Sjoerd Baks from his temporary position on the hot seat. Filippo Ganna will replace him, all other things being equal, so long as he stays upright and holds his form together. Getting faster, if anything, Filippo Ganna in between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2 of the 3 different checkpoints we've got. The final one coming just 3.6 kilometres from the finish.
Still perfect position for Filippo Ganna. All the sweat can be seen in the visor of his helmet. But look at the massive plateau he's pushing in here. Still perfect in his effort. It's about 11 kilometers from the finish for the Italian. He's powering this time trial in Giro d'Italia.
It's just a machine, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
Absolutely zero signs of fatigue in that position on the bike. It's like he could sustain that power, that position all day. A phenomenal rider, and I think, as you were saying, trying to place him in the history of time trialing, Filippo Ganna, when you put him up against the greats like Fabian Cancellara of recent years and Tony Martin, he's very much in that conversation, in that group, and you could argue he's probably just a little bit above them.
Yeah, because
consider what he's done on the track as well.
Exactly. If you take the road, yeah, it's at the same level as the likes of Fabian Cancellara, Tony Martin, Michael Rogers in a way, you know. But the moment you look what he's doing also on the track, it just makes him like a far better rider, because what he can perform in those type of races is just incredible. He just lost the best time in the individual pursuit just in recent year with for the likes of Jonathan Milan, who got the best, which is another incredible strong rider when it comes for the track. But nonetheless, Filippo Ganna is one of the best time trial riders of the whole history of cycling. As Sobrero, Matteo is getting close to the car of Bardiani in there. Hope is gonna move soon away. It's Filippo Turconi. So he's already been overtaken Vicente Rojas, and or it might be instead Vicente Rojas, my bad, as I got fooled by the name. Bardiani doesn't feature very often foreign riders.
Yeah.
Strange that the car hasn't been pulled out yet.
No, we've seen cars pull over to the side, right to the side, and that's exactly what happens now.
He was
Looking
waiting
for somewhere to actually pull over on this course. Just to go back to the Filippo Ganna discussion about his place in history, I suppose, Jacopo, fans of Fabian Cancellara would point to the fact that Cancellara won so many monuments in his career. Probably that is the thing that's missing for Filippo Ganna, actually. He's come close, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Milan San Remo, Paris-Roubaix. One of those monuments goes his way. I think that changes the discussion a little bit.
Yeah.
There's no reason why Filippo Ganna couldn't, before his career is over, pick up one of those. He's been
no, I think this year, for instance, I think he was in a very good shape in Paris-Roubaix. Was a little bit unlucky in the outcome of the race because of a flat tire, you know, in a very good moment, as many of the riders there were at the Paris-Roubaix. But nonetheless, so far he wasn't able yet to deliver what he was hoping in the Classic, and especially in Sanremo. He came off second in a couple of occasions, only beaten by Mathieu van der Poel. And this year was very motivated for the race, but it didn't quite make an impact as he was hoping. As a teammate of Filippo Ganna, Ben Turner, he could do some very good time trial, whether to be seen if a length, you know, of 42 kilometers can give him the same performances.
So Net Company Ineos, backed up by an enormous and unnecessarily big car, provided by their sponsors.
They have to. Remy Cavagna.
Net Company Ineos, all round, almost every individual time trial that they appear at, every rider is capable of doing a very good individual time trial. It's something that they seem to, it's part of their culture, isn't it? The way they prepare, and I think also the way that Filippo Ganna has led the development of that sport as well. So I agree with you. I think Ben Turner could do possibly a top 10 here on the stage.
I think that's part of this attitude, or rather say this approach they have. And it has become like such a common ground on many teams to teach all the riders, even the lesser capable on time trial, to train this discipline, because you never know what could happen, you know, in a stage race, even the minors one. Very often there is a time trial, and you don't want to be leading a general classification and maybe heading into the last stage and losing because you never really train a time trial. That's why very often they get specific train and specific time spent on the time trial bike, because you need to be ready if the chance comes to you that you need to produce a good time trial.
Well, even Filippo Ganna is starting to show the price he's paying for this effort as he rolls on at 58 kilometers an hour. Put that into perspective, Jacopo. To sustain a speed like that on this flat road into a slight headwind as well is truly exceptional.
I mean, I don't know what's the rules in England for the moped. In Italy, you know, you can ride those when you're 14,
yeah, yes.
and they ride a maximum 44 per hour. So with a 50cc, you will not be able to follow Filippo Ganna today, course, and by far.
Nelson Oliveira, back in the day, this was very much his discipline. Much more versatile rider these days than Nelson Oliveira. A domestique for all terrain, really, for Movistar over recent years. Whether it's uphill or on the flats, Nelson Oliveira is a invaluable support rider in the team of Movistar, and perhaps his best time trialling years are a little bit behind him now. Still to come after a few minutes here, we'll see the likes of Magnus Sheffield, Victor Campenaerts and Will Barter. Shortly after that, Jonathan Narvaez, and then Lorenzo Milesi, who we were talking about earlier, who might do a very good time trial here. Alex Segat, though, is approaching the first checkpoint. Filippo Ganna's time at the first checkpoint, 19:09. Segat is a long way down, roughly in the mix with where Michael Bier was in terms of time, maybe a few seconds better than Bier, but 48 seconds down on Filippo Ganna's time. Fourth fastest, though, so far.
Yeah, but nowhere near Filippo Ganna smashing the opponents at this point of, and again, I think we need to wait a few more names to see if some of them they're going to be able to match the power of Pippo. Looks on his way to taking this home. I mean, it's very early, but I would not be surprised if once Filippo going to be on the hot seat, is going to stay there till the very end of their today stage.
Second checkpoint, 31:45 is the best time that Filippo Ganna posted a little while ago. It's just, at the moment, he's just crushing the life out of the opposition. No one is remotely in the same category at the moment as Filippo Ganna in terms of time. Nonetheless, I have to say, Michael Bier has got faster. He conceded, I think, 54 seconds at the first checkpoint to Filippo Ganna. And if that clock is accurate, it looks like he's regained on the schedule about 30 seconds. That's one to keep your eye on, because Michael Bier appears to be getting much faster.
Yeah, soon we will have an update, T3 intermediate.
Mattia Bais is the next rider to be swept up and passed by Filippo Ganna. Bais going off 5 minutes before Ganna. Correction, that's Diego Sevilla, not Mattia Bais, who went off 7 minutes before Filippo Ganna. And he's got another rider in front of him. It's Fredrik Tversnes, who must have passed Diego Sevilla. So by my reckoning, Filippo Ganna has picked off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders so far, at least. There may be some riders who we haven't seen.
And it's not over yet.
And it's not over yet. So that's Tversnes, the next rider to fall victim to the tricolore-coloured machine.
Okay.
That makes more sense. So Michael Bier only now coming to the timing point, 1:37 down. So he's carrying on, sustaining those losses.
Yeah.
Fifth fastest at the second checkpoint.
We got full by the arch.
Yeah. Fifth fastest then, through the checkpoint at 1:37 down on Filippo Ganna. Everybody at that second checkpoint is well over a minute down on Filippo Ganna's time. Those rain clouds are just being held at bay by the mountains at the moment. The wind is just keeping them pinned inland, coming off the sea, and so far so good. It appears to be dry, and there's only a slight chance of rain according to that weather forecast at 10%. At the start of the day it was 30%, so should be dry for everybody, hopefully.
Back on Remy Cavagna. It's going to be soon as well at the intermediates, but it's quite far back as well.
Well, the riders continue to go off at minute intervals. It's only when we get to the 153rd rider of a total of 167 who are starting today, and that is Egan Bernal. And then after Bernal, or sorry, the rider in front of him, Damiano Caruso, 152nd. After that, they go to 3-minute intervals. So it's not impossible that amongst the top 15 of the general classification we will see a few catches, but they won't be quite as frequent as Filippo Ganna is demonstrating at the moment, sweeping up at least 7 riders on the road.
Back of Filippo Ganna. It's about to join the last kilometer with a massive 44.30 this time. Incredibly fast. It's going to be around 46, yeah. I reckon.
He could almost get off and walk this now and still post the best time. He's annihilated everybody, Filippo Ganna, to this point in the individual time trial. Jonas Vingegaard, of course, might still have a say in the outcome of today's stage, but as he passes under the Flamme Rouge with 1 kilometre left, he's got a mighty, mighty advantage over the Dutchman Sjoerd Baks, who posted up till now by some distance the best time. 47.57 the time for Sjoerd Baks. Filippo Ganna has got the best part of 3 minutes still to get to the finish line and depose Sjoerd Baks with a rueful smile. The man from Pinarello, Q36.5, can only sit there and admire this master craftsman at work. Filippo Ganna, the red-hot favourite to take victory, might even catch another rider on the line. It is truly extraordinary what Filippo Ganna, when he's on form, is capable of doing. Filippo Magli coming to the line ahead of another Italian, another Filippo. Filippo Ganna is going to make an enormous statement here. Post the best time by a crushing margin of around about 2 minutes. Sjoerd Baks' time of 47.57 has been obliterated by the Italian national champion. Filippo Ganna crushes this individual time trial. 42 kilometres done in an extraordinary average speed of just under 55 kilometres per hour.
Mamma mia, what a time. 45.53. Wow. That's quite some speed by the Italian.
Job done, Filippo Ganna. An amazing display. And the man who is in electrifying form. Surely that's a time that is going to deliver him a 8th stage victory in his career at the Giro d'Italia. I'd be astonished if even Jonas Vingegaard can come close to that. Raw power delivered with total elegance and control. Filippo Ganna got that absolutely spot on.
Nearly 55 average. It was an incredible display of strength by the Italian. The parcours itself is a fast one, but you need to have a lot of power, and that was Filippo Ganna's his best 55 per hour.
Over 42 kilometres as well. That was genuinely one of the all-time great individual time trial championships performances at a Grand Tour in recent memory.
Yeah.
And his margin of victory, if it is going to be a victory at the end of the day, could be record-breaking.
Yeah, either he's going to have some of the opponents, I think the only two that they're coming next that can have something to say about the time of Filippo Ganna. They're going to be Magnus Scheffel, teammate of the Italian, and Jonas Vingegaard. But apart from these two, it's very hard to believe anybody could get even closer to the time of the Italian champion. Matteo Sobrero, we were expecting him to be on a high, but doesn't seem like quite having the legs. 1 minute 30 for the Italian.
10th fastest at that checkpoint, Matteo Sobrero. As he fuels that engine up again, and it starts to tick down that cool off. Filippo Ganna being ushered backstage. Net company Ineos look like they're about to win their first stage at this year's Giro d'Italia. All those riders ahead of him, one by one. Filippo Ganna just used them as little stepping stones along the way to victory. Say victory, it's not confirmed yet, and it won't be confirmed until the last rider comes over the line. But you'd be a brave man to bet against Filippo Ganna.
So just to give you an indication, with today time trial average, thanks to our friends at Pro Cycling Stats, is the 4th fastest time trial of the season. We will argue, okay, that's not impressive. have in mind that the first time set as well by Ganna was 56.8, so 2 kilometers faster than this one, but on a much shorter 11.5 kilometer time trial. So definitely different. And Ned, I will argue that you will never guess which one is the second fastest, where it took place, the second fastest time trial of the season.
Was it the UAE Tour? They sometimes do good time trial.
That's the third one.
Right, the second one, Algarve.
Tour of Benin.
You're kidding me?
No.
Oscar Schemp.
Yeah, it was a 5-minute time trial, so just 4.8 kilometers. But
yeah.
Joke aside, just to give an idea, the UAE Tour was a 56 per average, and it was again much shorter, 12.2. So the performance of today, Pippo Ganna is one of the best so far in a time trial this length.
Here we are, Magnus Sheffield. 4 years ago, winning the individual time trial in the Tour of Denmark.
But always providing very good performances in time trial. Powerful American rider.
Haven't seen too much of Sheffield yet expressing himself. Perhaps his time will come in the days ahead, but they're still riding a good general classification ride with Egan Bernal, who's slipped a little bit on GC, but Tiemann Adensman, I think, could make his move in the general classification today and climb up the rankings really significantly. It's a big responsibility and opportunity for Netcompany Ineos's leader, as he's emerging to be in the GC, Tiemann Adensman, to make strides in the GC today. He's up against, in that top 10, a lot of non-specialist time trialist climbers who will expect to lose time, and they'll be limiting their losses. Arensman will try and pick them off. And he's got the distance to do it as well, 42 kilometers. So Remy Cavagna is coming slowly but surely towards the finish line, where Filippo Ganna just a few moments ago posted a time of 45.53. The second best time belongs to Sjoerd Baks at the finish line, 47.57. 2 minutes and 4 seconds slower than Filippo Ganna. I mean, if you equate that to distance, what's that, about a kilometre and a half? Those 2 minutes? That's our first glimpse of those very distinctive time trial helmets worn by Visma Leasewijk. And Victor Campenaerts, former European champion.
Long ago, it was one of the best time trialists. I think it was a time where there was a brief moment where everything was just about being aerodynamic rather than being powerful, because with the come of riders such Filippo Ganna in first place, but also Remco Evenepoel, is not just about aerodynamics. Well, this man have lived a very good moment where he was able to winning the European champion, and he was one of the best time trial of the brief period spanning from 17, 18, 19.
Right. I think it's Francesco Busato ahead of Alex Sagat of Alpes and Premier Tech.
Yeah, number 3, the young Italian.
Sagat making progress, but again, you can see that split, the checkpoint is approaching some way off still, and already Alex Sagat is handing a minute to the time of Filippo Ganna on the road. We've got a long way to go to the checkpoint still. It's going to be over 2 minutes, I would have thought, or close to 2 minutes by the time he actually stops the clock here. Maybe not quite as bad as that, but Alex Sagat in an average speed so far of 51.66. He's 1 minute and 35 seconds down on Filippo Ganna. That is the 6th fastest time at the checkpoint, number 2. Well, the dust has settled on Filippo Ganna's effort, and Remy Cavagna's just coming towards that little moment where they go right-handed and away from the centre of Massa, only to come back on themselves and head into that final kilometre. Is Cavagna going to be on a provisional podium place by the end of the day? Is he actually going to be faster than Sjoerd Bax? 47.57, remember, Bax's time. I mean, Cavagna could be close to that, could be faster than that. We'll have to wait and see whether it's good enough what the Frenchman is doing here to place him on the provisional podium.
It's something maybe he was not hoping for, but I mean, I think nothing could do against such a ride by Filippo Ganna on today's stage.
Johan Jacobs. Modest performance from the Swiss rider from Groupama FDJ United. The time gaps at the finish line. Antonio Morgado is at the moment the 6th fastest at the finish line. He's over 4 minutes down on Filippo Ganna.
I think when you have such a long effort, you know, just the riders who are really wishing to do something good, and they think they might do something good, they just use their whole energy. Otherwise, I mean, you could risk to spend a lot of energy for just a very mere result. So that's why I think just some of the riders are going to be fully involved and fully committed on today's stage. Michael Bjerg still pushing hard. Soon is going to be time for the last kilometer, but the time is already higher than Filippo Ganna with 1.5 kilometers to go.
Jacopo, when you look at the general classification, the way it stands now, who would consider themselves still to be on the general classification, in the general classification race? I mean, you look down, for example, at the rider in 15th place, Egan Bernal. He's 6 minutes and 49 seconds down on Afonso Eulalio, which means that he's over 4 minutes down on Jonas Vingegaard. But he'll still consider himself to be a GC rider, won't he?
Yeah.
At what point where do you draw the line, really, in terms of the motivation in this individual time trial?
I think like from Kulset maybe on, you know, from the 22nd position. Arrieta also not gonna be involved. Sepp Kuss, I wonder if he want to be involved, you know. I think some riders are going to try to retain the position because hoping that some of the other opponents will eventually explode. I think Scaroni, I don't know if he has any intention to hold on in the general.
Yeah.
But it would be curious to see if some of the best place, or the top 20, is going to opt to just move completely out of the GC in order to have more chances in the coming days to go in the breakaway.
Some will, won't they? Difficult to know. We'll have to wait and see what the GC looks like at the end of the day. Let's watch Michael Bjerg coming to the line, though. I mean, he's really attacked this, hasn't held back, Michael Bjerg, but the daylight between his time and Filippo Ganna is eye-catching, it really is. And in fact, Michael Bjerg is going to be a little bit slower than his compatriot Johan Pryce Pettersson as well. And he's going to be good enough at the moment for provisional 5th place, just ahead of Nicholas Larsson by around about 9 seconds. So got 3 Danish riders in the top 6 in 4th, 5th and 6th.
Probably the strong Danish Michael Bjerg was hoping for more. He was very much using a lot of energy in this central, but didn't quite have the legs to even getting closer to Filippo Ganna. I wonder if anybody will have energy to do so, but it was not a good day. Well, this man today definitely is going to be an easy day for Jonathan Narvaez. Not a good time trialist, having won already a couple of stages in this very Giro d'Italia. 4th in total for the Ecuadorian.
He's got a very good chance of coming away from Rome with another stage victory at least. The parcours is there for him, the opportunities will present themselves, and the form is very good. As Cavagna is the next rider after Michael Bjerg, a couple of minutes after, down on him to come towards the finish line. Better time trial than Michael Bjerg. He might be close to being the first rider inside 2 minutes. No, I don't think he will be. Well, it's going to be close. Let's have a look. Sjoerd Bax at the moment is in 2nd place. He'll be watching anxiously to see what Cavagna does here, whether he takes that second place from the Dutchman. Yes, he will do, by a couple of seconds. Remy Cavagna stops the clock 1 minute and 59 seconds down on Filippo Ganna's time and moves up to provisional second, 5 seconds ahead of Sjoerd Baks. So it's a good ride from Remy Cavagna. He's the best of the rest at the moment, which is all you can hope to be in this individual time trial where you have such an outstanding favourite, Filippo Ganna, who's just delivered such a extraordinary performance. Castelnuovo the Monte stage was won by Richard Carapaz last year, but got underway in Viareggio.
Yeah, with a late attack at the last kilometre, if you do remember.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it was before the last kilometre, maybe. But totally different from what we've seen today.
Yeah.
Pamphlet, 42-kilometre individual time trial. This man, question mark. I have high expectation on Hatherley, a very successful mountain bike rider on this very, departing spot of Viareggio in the Tirreno Adriatico. Was able to get a very good result earlier on this season. To be seen if he's gonna try something today good. He didn't start off very aggressively, but be curious to see.
Yeah, it was a good performance, wasn't it, at Tirreno Adriatico, but often worth repeating. It might be the same roads, but it's a quarter of the distance that they face today.
Yeah.
Oliveira at the first checkpoint. Top 10 for him provisionally. 9th fastest through the first checkpoint, a minute down on Ganna's time.
And Milesi, he won't have anybody to be arguing with today. He's starting with
just himself.
The vest.
Yeah. That's not very aero, is it? That's a curious choice for Lorenzo Milesi there.
I think he didn't notice he was wearing a vest.
Those skin suits are designed quite specifically, aren't they, with aerodynamics in mind, and that does make a big difference, especially over a long time trial. If you think, well, it can't make that much of a difference, think again. I remember talking to Chris Boardman about it at the Tour de France a few years ago when British cycling team Sky had just designed a new skin suit with Chris's assistance, actually, when he was working on aerodynamics of that programme. And I sort of said, come on, Chris, it can't be worth, I mean, what is it worth to? And he looked at me, a long time trial, maybe 30 seconds. What? So the skin suit can make an awful lot of difference, and that's why Jacopo is so puzzled, I think, that Lorenzo Milesi is wearing a little gilet over the top of, because the airflow over the back of the helmet and the back is one of the key points in a wind tunnel, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. And also it was you clearly saw he was a little bit floppy, is the right term, on the shoulders.
Loose fitting. Loose. Yeah.
So very strange choice, if it was a choice. But just a couple of days ago in the last stage, there was somebody who pointed out that Enric Mas was wearing the jersey and the pants from the women's team.
Yes.
Basically, they share the same color and possibly at this point I would say also fit, because if you don't notice of the jersey, but somebody pointed out that it was they have to hold the logo of UCI World Tour, and it was UCI Women's
World Tour. But then Mas said, well, it fitted fine. It was a really comfortable fit, so I just stuck with it.
I think it's just as tight as possible, so that's why he didn't notice the difference. But nonetheless, it was a funny moment. And I don't know, maybe they try something new with the vest of Lorenzo Milesi.
So we've got the same order at all the checkpoints and the finish line. Ganna from Cavagna from Baks.
Segart seems like having a bit disrupted, not really, not pacing, just you see a little bit hard on the pedal. It's not smooth, or there's a moment where it's pick up very, very gently, very slowly going up, but it doesn't seem to have the right energy to compete for the podium. Jan Christen at the start. very active in the first stages. He's gonna find out what does it mean riding in the high mountains, because he's in for his first Grand Tour ever. So a lot to discover for what is possibly one of the biggest talent of modern cycling. Coming as well from mountain bike, Jan Christen.
Be interesting to see if he really attacks this individual time trial.
No.
Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's taking it relatively easy.
To say like the helmet has been often like a target of jokes, the new helmets of cycling.
Yeah.
But I have to say the one from UAE, maybe the color really resemble like a lot like a famous scientific, fantascientific saga of Star Trek.
Yeah, it is a little bit like that.
And Star Wars as well.
So Magnus Sheffield approaching 15 minutes of his individual time trial. 7k to go until we get a sense of how well Magnus Sheffield is approaching his work. I always think that Sheffield and Christen share a lot of similarities, a lot of similar attributes as riders.
Seems like he's on the pedal for the moment, the strong American. That's the point. I mean, if you know you cannot really be one of the protagonists, you might as well not even taking part of almost of today's competition.
There is another argument about that, Jacopo. I've heard it said that I think it was Cyril Guimard, the famous French director, always instructed his teams and his riders never to take it easy in an individual time trial, because you never know when you might have to race an individual time trial. And it's happened to Afonso Oulalio today. All of a sudden, he's in a position where he's never had to, probably in his career, he's never really had to race an individual time trial. Now he really has to. And so Guimard's advice was always don't just take it easy.
Which is smart.
Discover what it's all about.
A word of pain, I guess. That's what it's all about, a time trial.
It's an interesting argument, though, isn't it? Aina Rubio is the next rider off the start ramp. The 132nd starter. So we're working our way down this start list. We've got just over an hour to go until Afonso Oulalio begins his defense of the Maglia Rosa.
Yeah, now the gaps between the riders is about 1 minute later on for the last
15.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3 minutes difference. They don't want to have any overlapping in at the finish line.
I think they'll get them.
Yeah, they will get them, I guess.
I think they'll get them.
So starting from Damiano Caruso, which sits in 12th position, it's gonna be 3 minutes in between all the riders.
I think, looking at the reverse order of the general classification and the order, I think Thymen Arendsman has possibly a good chance of getting to Mathis Rondel if he's on a really good day. And Rondel, whose time trial ability is totally unproven, and it's relatively modest, his results actually, Rondel, so far.
And Derek G also can be very good at regaining a little bit of ground in the time trial. Now sit at 12th position, the GC. Segard is already off the time of Pippo Ganna by far. Not a good performance by the young Belgian rider, former European champion in a couple of occasions as a U23 category, but today is not his day.
No, he's going to be a long way down. He might just be in the provisional top 10, but if he is, it won't be by much, and it won't last for very long either. So a little bit disappointing for Alex Segard today, but it is all relative. Nobody in this field is remotely close to Filippo Ganna. It's one of the most one-sided individual time trials up to this point in recent times. And really, realistically, only one rider can, and even then, he'd have to be on such scintillating, brilliant form. But it's only Jonas Vingegaard, in theory, I think, who can deny Filippo Ganna victory here.
It's going to be down of more than 3 minutes. Alex Segard. Yeah, he's going to be in 8th position.
Yep. Antonio Morgado currently in 8th at 4:05. Alex Segert will be comfortably inside that time. So provisional 7th for Alex Segert. Stopping the clock just over 3 minutes down on Filippo Ganna. Koen Bouwman is being called up to the start ramp as we pick up Lorenzo Milesi. Has he removed that jacket now? It's hard to see from that shot. It looked like he might have actually removed the gilet, which would totally back up, if that's the case, completely back up your theory that that was just an oversight, a mistake.
We're going to see a little bit more with a closer shot. Magnus Sheffield getting closer to the time check. It's far off the back.
Long way off. Long way off. Magnus Sheffield taking it relatively easy now. Yeah, he's going to be an enormous distance down on Filippo Ganna's best time of 19:09.
He was very active in a hunt of breakaway, but let's not forget he's going to have a lot of duties for the two leaders, Bernal and Aresman, and as well for his own ambition. So I think that's the reason why Magnus Sheffield, I mean, I was indicating him as one of the possible protagonists in today's stage, but he's taking it easy and he's going to try to just surfing, driving through the finish line on today's stage.
So at the first checkpoint, Magnus Sheffield 13 seconds. Sorry, 13th fastest. And on he goes. We're getting into, on the start list, we're getting into those riders who started off on the general classification and have fallen out a little bit. Josh Kench, for example, Wout Poels, Enric Mas, Alexander Vlasov, Giulio Ciccone, they're about to start. So the fringe riders have just fallen out of general classification.
I think he's still wearing the yeah.
You can see it actually catching the wind a little bit, can't you? Just billowing up.
It's much clearer in here because you see there's almost like a tank, you know, this black, how do you say, stitches?
Yep.
Very weird choice. Must be feeling hot as well.
Yeah. The temperature here is very pleasant, actually, on the Tuscany seaside, compared to what we've been used to over the last week or so in Italy, where it's been unseasonably cold. Bitterly cold at times, like on the top of Blockhouse.
There was a bit above cold, it was freezing.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Sheffield is about to rejoin. Rider in front of him from, I think it's Groupama FDJ United.
It's Bruyck Roland, who went off 1 minute before Magnus Sheffield. There's that Uruguayan flag that we've seen on most days here at the Giro d'Italia. I have a feeling it's the same supporters over and over again, actually, who will have enjoyed their Giro enormously when Thomas Silva claimed that stage and took the race lead.
Yeah, more and more flags on the road from Uruguay. We haven't seen much of a Portuguese flag, to be fair.
No, that's true.
Was not, Italy was never been, how can we say, a destination for immigrants from Portugal over the years. That's Oliveira, swallowed himself with the 10th intermediate sprint, but far off Filippo Ganna. I gave him the chance to get a top 10 position for the Portuguese expert.
Will Barter, the American, good time trialist, Will Barter. And that's a good performance from the American there. 6th fastest through the first checkpoint, around about a minute down on the time of Filippo Ganna. Here's Milesi, who's definitely going to be hampered by his clothing choice.
He knows something that we don't.
Yeah.
I think maybe from the car they realized and they said, okay, let's pretend it's not there, you know, rather than disrupting him or.
Yeah.
But because usually what the rider does, you know, they have to warm up, which is kind of a nonsense, but they have to warm up, but trying to keep the body temperature low. So usually they wear iced vests, you know, at the start line before at the very end, removing it. So legs are warm, the body is cold. They just wear another vest because they have to head to the starting line. And usually there is a mechanic with wheels, spare wheels, sometimes a spare bike, and they just give a late check to the bike and take the vest from the riders. So this may be just unnoticed by the mechanic in there and remained on the body of the Italian, Lorenzo Milesi.
There's a pretty laid-back looking Alexander Vlasov, who's going to take it very easy here, I would imagine. Not a particular specialist in this discipline. Magnus Sheffield under instructions, I would imagine, to conserve a little bit of energy here for the job that he will have to do as net company Ineos will believe that Timo Allensman is well capable of landing up on the podium in Rome and picking up some possibility of a stage win along the way.
Yeah, that's the reason why Magnus Sheffield, I think he could easily be on the podium in such a stage, but they decided, according with the team, to just don't try any harder than just mere surviving the day.
Well, this performance by Filippo Ganna, by the teammate of Magnus Sheffield, we understand, is the fastest average speed of any time trial in a Grand Tour of over 40 kilometres, should stress, of that distance, for well over 20 years. The last time that someone averaged an average speed for a long time trial in a Grand Tour in excess of that was David Miller in the Tour de France on the final individual time trial in the 2003 Tour de France in Nantes, on a day where it poured with rain and there was an absolute howling tailwind throughout the day. Giulio Ciccone in the start ramp then.
He's not going to be another rider taking it easy today. He was slowly but surely losing time over recent days. He started off with the Fermo, where he got himself at the back of the peloton because he wanted to chase a stage victory. As Matteo Sobrero, teammate of the other Italian, it's an Italian-packed little track at this Giro d'Italia. It's about to reach the finish line, but far from Filippo Ganna.
It's interesting that Sobrero and Ciccone are wearing completely different helmets. Totally different design.
I noticed more the short sleeve skin suit. I was noticing of Ciccone didn't pay attention to the helmet.
Well,
I wanted to see if they can provide riders different helmets based on their shape. It might be a case. Although
I'm comfortable with, I don't know, yeah.
Because they actually have a similar body shape, Sobrero and Ciccone. Yeah, looking at the face.
Took it easy, didn't he?
Yeah.
The newly shaved, sort of, Filippo Ganna. Now that his time trial is over, I'm sure that beard will start to grow again. And by the time he gets to Rome, it'll probably be like...
I think he just read the the very same fact that you at home reading. I was quite impressed what he did.
He's got a long old wait now, hasn't he, until Jonas Vingegaard goes. Second from last, in around about 55 minutes or thereabouts, is when Jonas Vingegaard starts.
I don't want to go too far ahead of the UCI commissars, but I think it's going to be fine. Filippo Ganna for not wearing the Italian champion jersey in there, waiting for the...
Well, I mean,
is
that part of the race?
Yeah, actually. Yeah? So imagine if you're Italian champion on the road and you've seen testing the parkour, you can be fined as well. Or the other way around.
So any public appearance, whether it's in the race.
Yeah, I think he should wear that, but whatever. I mean, it's gonna go.
He can probably afford the fine if.
Yeah. Newly retired, Geraint Thomas sitting behind Magnus Sheffield. He's been seen. Me and Ned noticed Geraint Thomas doing the recon with Filippo Ganna, and curiously, Filippo Ganna was with the tensile bike, definitely not a 54 per hour testing it, and G was with the normal bike. So he must be feeling good and very confident to embrace himself into a recon with Filippo Ganna on a tensile bike.
Well, the fact that we are giving Magnus Sheffield a lot of camera time here kind of suggests that there's no real A-list names out there on the road who are doing amazing things. Lorenzo Milesi is bit by bit making his way towards the first checkpoint, overdressed. And there is Geraint Thomas, I think, somewhere in that car. Moving up to a very senior position, Geraint Thomas, within the Net Company Ineos structure. He's not just an ordinary, if you like, director sportif. He's got a senior management role. Deals with rider recruitment and overall strategy as well. All right, let's step away from the race a little bit while there's not too much going on to admire Massa from the air. So the marble from those Tuscan Apennines makes their way all over the world to incredibly wealthy people in London, where I live, who have it fitted into their kitchens. Here comes Milesi towards the first checkpoint. And the only question remaining is, would he have been a little bit closer to Filippo Ganna's time were he not slightly overdressed? 59 seconds down on Ganna. So many riders are in that rough area, aren't they, of around about a minute down on Filippo Ganna at that checkpoint.
That's what makes the performance of Filippo Ganna even more astonishing and incredible, because he was able to, being just 1 minute ahead of everybody else. Seems like none of the other riders in this race are slightly close to what the performance of the Italian champion was.
Igor Arrieta, the stage winner in that extraordinary stage into Potenza. Andreas Leknessund's coming to the line for the first checkpoint. And again, he's not too far off the time that we've just seen from Lorenzo Milesi as well. Maybe a little bit slower, but not by much. Just over a minute down on Filippo Ganna's best time.
A very distinctive helmet for the Norwegian team. Back on Alexander Vlasov for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, the Russian rider. It's gonna be taking very easy today, as he has a lot to do in the coming days for both their leaders, Jay Hindley and Giulio Pellizzari, both losing a little bit ground in the stage 2 Cornolescale. Jay Hindley was very good and active in both stages of Blockhouse and Fermo. Giulio Pellizzari was really having a hard day in Cornolescale stage on the climb. The distance quite far from the finish.
Jai Hindley starts today in 4th place in the general classification. He's only 28 seconds ahead of Tiemann Arensman, and I think that is eminently makeable for Tiemann Arensman to replace Jai Hindley in the general classification.
Sepp Kuss, in the meantime, one of the best. I mean, I think it's a reductive calling him a domestic since he was able to win a Vuelta a España, but one of the best climber of this generation of rider. Very pragmatic rider in the way he's racing.
Shouldn't go too hard, I wouldn't imagine, in this individual time trial. Sepp Kuss, just get round efficiently. And there are these very, very high altitude marble quarries. The Apuan Alps, so this range of hills, just overlooking the Tuscan seaside. Sheffield through the second check, almost 3 minutes down on his teammate's time, Filippo Ganna. Average speed of just slightly under 50 kilometers an hour. So we've just seen Sepp Kuss off the start ramp. Lennart van Eetveld will be going, Damiano Caruso, and then 3-minute gaps to the rest, Egan Bernal, etc.
Picanzoli, here on our images. This is Giulio Pellizzari.
Getting the body used to that position on the time trial bike.
Jan Eert, Team NSN, one of the most expert riders.
Czech rider, hugely experienced, former stage winner at the Giro. As Damiano Caruso is the first rider, or the last rider after whom there are 3-minute gaps. Caruso. Probably, almost certainly, in the final year of his career, the final individual time trial here at the Giro d'Italia for the veteran Damiano Caruso of Bahrain Victorious.
Already second in the general classification this competition. He was just beaten by Egan Bernal in 2021, Damiano Caruso.
An exceptional performance from Caruso that year. At that point in his career, he seemingly just got better and better, Damiano Caruso. It's a good few years ago, though, now. And now we have a 3-minute wait until that man who beat him at the Giro d'Italia for the Maglia Rosa, Egan Bernal, rolls off the start ramp. After that, we've got Derek G, Davide Picanzoli, Jan Hirt, Markel Bellocchi, Joseba Bellocchi's son, riding for EF Education, who's snuck into, well, just outside the top 10, almost unnoticed. Then Michael Storer, who is 10th on GC, Giulio Pellizzari, Ben O'Connor, one of the revelations of the Giro so far, Mathis Rondel, the young Frenchman, just 22 years of age. Tiemann Arensman, who's the one to watch, I think, in the general classification today, or one of the ones to watch. Christian Scaroni, who will probably drop out of his lofty 5th position at the end of the day. Jai Hindley, and then the podium of Felix Gall. 3 minutes later, Jonas Vingegaard trying to make up a 2-minute and 24-second gap to the Maglia Rosa, Afonso Eulalia.
Damiano Caruso approaching the first corners of this time trial. Seems like he's gonna put a lot of effort in this time trial. It would be better for him to stay up in the general classification.
Yep.
He gave him some good chances to help Eulalia at best in the next days and also replace him in case he cracks.
Whereas this man is genuinely off the general classification. I don't think there's any real incentive for Vlasov to try and do a good time trial here, to waste energy. His job is, for the rest of the Giro d'Italia, purely as a domestique for Pellizzari and for Hindley.
I'm noticing some curious changes in the clothing of the rider, featuring a lot of this time trial skin suit. Some of them also using on the road have a zipper at the back rather than at the front. Just a massive difference also in the drag.
Around about a minute, and then Bernal starts. And after that, we have Derek G. Here's Bernal, though, no longer the Colombian national champion, not in the time trial discipline. Deep breath, Egan Bernal digging in now. He's going to have to dig in the general classification. He does start already a lot further from the Maglia Rosa than he would have hoped for, I think, at this Giro d'Italia. Egan Bernal, 6 minutes and 49 seconds down on Eulalia. And more significantly than that, I think, 4 minutes and 25 seconds down on Jonas Vingegaard, who's the favourite to take victory in the overall.
Nelson Oliveira, in the meantime, reaching the finish line, didn't quite succeed in keeping his position in the top 10, as he gently rolling into the finish line. Just good enough for 14th place for the expert Portuguese rider, an average a little bit below 50 per hour. Will Barta is pretty much involved, pushing up, but as everybody else, very far from Filippo Ganna at the intermediate. The second one, kilometers 28.7, a little bit less than 2 minutes for the American. So we're back here on Caruso. Seems like it's pushing up for the moment, try to, you know, get a good rhythm and try to not concede too much over the best GC contenders. For now, what you can expect, or nonetheless paying attention, is how much time in between, how much big is going to be the gap in between the riders from the GC, because we don't want to rush things, but except from an exceptional performance from Jonas Vingegaard, I think it's going to be very or nearly impossible for the riders in the general classification to overcome an astonishing performance by the Italian. That's why what is going to be more important for the overall standings is going to be how many seconds or possibly minutes are going to be in between the different riders that they're fighting for the pink. Indication is giving us also that why not maybe a jersey leader change, but we don't know if Eulalia is going to be able to survive this time trial.
Well, he'll survive it. He'll get to the end, but will he get to the end in the pink jersey? It's going to be a very, very tall order. Jonas Vingegaard is a superb individual time trialist. The only man, really, who Filippo Ganna will be remotely concerned about. There's Derek G.
You were right about the helmets. I'm now focusing on the helmets.
The different
style, yeah. This is more a classic shape.
Teardrop shape, isn't it? Derek G.
I think it depends also a lot on the width of the shoulder and the position the riders are keeping while performing.
Well, Giulio Ciccone is wearing one of those Visma Lisa bike style.
Yeah, very large ones.
The really ridiculous ones that are obviously very fast, but look absurd. Derek G looks good on a time trial bike, and already, as you can see now, it looks like Derek G is taking this very seriously and hoping that he can use this to his advantage and rise up into the top 10, ideally, in the general classification, make back some of the time that he's unexpectedly lost a little bit early on. Lennart van Eetveld. Actually, it's not Van Eetveld, is it? Rider 7.
No, Gualdi has been overtaken by
Sheffield.
Yeah, exactly.
Sheffield's ahead. Yeah.
He was 2 minutes ahead on the starting ramp from Sheffield, which, despite it seems like he's not using any energy, Magnus Sheffield is trying to take as easy as possible, but nonetheless he's catching riders and riders over the course.
Just a reminder of how things stand in the provisional standings at the finish line. Filippo Ganna is in the hot seat by a big distance. The next best is Remy Cavagna, who's 1 minute and 59 seconds down on Filippo Ganna's time of 45.53. Provisional third place at the moment is Sjoerd Bax after a brilliant time trot. He is 2 minutes and 4 seconds down, just 5 seconds slower than Remy Cavagna. Off the podium place, but briefly the rider with on the hot seat is the German Max Walscheid at 2 minutes and 17 seconds down on Filippo Ganna, and then making up the top 5, the Dane Johan Preis Petersen, who again in turn finished, faded a little bit towards the end of his time trial, having been faster than Walscheid at the intermediate sprints, but finished 12 seconds down on the German, whose teammate Derek G is on the road now. Best placed of the Lidl Trek riders in the general classification. And now Davide Piganzoli is going to add to his collection of new experiences riding for one of the biggest teams in the world as he steps up to a world tour level for the first time in his young career. He's performed brilliantly so far in the services of Jonas Vingegaard. But today, I'd have thought a little bit like Sepkus, he'll be under instruction just to rein it in a little bit and get round.
He's having a very good Giro d'Italia so far, being a domestic, a dedicated domestic, but highly effective, very strong. Was third the other day in Corno Scale.
See our quick-stepped young Italian, Andrea Raccagni.
Was able to get a good position in the GC in the stage to Potenza before being
it's a good time trial. It's not bad at all. I mean, the problem is the 3:30 deficit makes it look terrible relative to Filippo Ganna, but he's in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, there's just one man that he was incredibly much stronger than anybody else, but all the remaining of the riders are more or less at the same, around the same time gap.
Alexander Vlasov, you can just even see from this altitude, just looking down, you can see how easily he is taking this. He's approaching the first checkpoint number 1, and already he's nearly 2 minutes down on Filippo Ganna.
Yeah, the only concern of today is surviving and spending as little as possible. He doesn't want to be short in energy in the coming days. It's going to have a lot to do with Jai Hindley and Pellizzari.
Back on the road with Damiano Caruso,
who's definitely trying hard to...
Giving it a go, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, every year, like in the recent time for Caruso, was starting off the Grand Tour saying that he was not there for the GC, but he kind of found himself in there every time and had to commit a bit to save the, the general classification hopes of the team, but always succeeding very good. So I think this is going to be another case of the very same thing, as they lost what it was supposed to be the best man or the best GC hopes, with the Santiago Buitrago crashing off, did not finish the second stage to Veliko Tarnovo, but at least some an heavy fall on his back, and he was forced to abandon. So the team has to rely first of all on Caruso, and as well on Eulalio, was now and still quite ahead of everybody else in the general classification. It's 2 minutes, a good margin, but not on a 42-kilometer time trial when the second in line is Jonas Vingegaard.
It's true. I don't think we should dismiss Eulalio out of hand, but it's going to be a very, very tall order. Jan Hirt, a picture of focus and concentration in the start ramp after Davide Piganzoli. Young Italian rider followed by a very experienced Czech veteran riding these days for the NSN team.
And off you go.
After him, we'll have another young rider, Markel Bellocchi, riding for EF Education EasyPost, their best placed rider in the general classification. He'll be next off. Jan Hirt, one of the many winners of a stage in the Giro d'Italia, going back to 2022, where he picked up stage 16. Oh,
Here a sketchy moment for Caruso. Luckily, nobody was coming off the other side. It's a tight corner there. Many riders were having a hard time dealing with this corner.
Nonetheless, Jacopo, that's the first sort of sketchy moment we've seen for any riders.
Yeah.
Caught on camera, at least. I mean, stuff might have happened that we haven't seen, but normally in a time trial you'll see plenty of little scary moments like that, and it just tells you just how relatively untechnical this course is.
Oh yeah, it's just about power. That's why I think we have such a margin on Pippo Ganna. It's just power, and he has plenty of it. That's Magnus Sheffield approaching the finale.
Raccagni will hold on to his 9th place. Sheffield will drop a little bit further.
It's incredible. I mean, for the amount of effort he's putting into this time trial, it's an incredible time.
How quick he's been. Yeah.
It just looked like he's off for a stroll in the park.
Antonio Morgado will also hang on to his 10th place, and it looks like Magnus Sheffield will just be outside the top 10 provisionally at the start, at the finish, where his teammate is still watching on.
We have right in front of us the tent of the hot seats. Just seeing people from National Italian Federation coming over. Roberto Madio, former team manager of Liquigas, back in the days, now been used as a kind of a team manager for the Italian team, for the Italian national team. So here is a provisional standing for this stage.
So Filippo Ganna from Remy Cavagna and Sjoerd Bax, who's holding on to a 3rd place at the moment. Max Walscheid, who went very, very early today and is in 4th. Johan Pleiss Petersen, Mikkel Bjerg, Niklas Larsen, 3 Danes in 5th, 6th and 7th. Alex Segert in the top 10, along with Raccagni and Morgado, who's 10th. The Portuguese rider.
Bellocchi here, despite being quite unnoticed, I would say, the way he was riding in these days, is sitting in 11th position. So far he's doing very good. The young Spanish rider, only 20 years old, soon gonna be 21, but nonetheless very young, and son of a very famous rider indeed, for those who were watching cycling in the late 90s.
Joseba Bellocchi, with the big general classification hope of the famous Euskaltel Euskadi team from the Basque Country.
Unmistakable Basque surname featuring a K.
Yeah, K's and X's.
When there is a K next, you know where it's coming from.
Well, it looks like Will Barter is not holding back in his time trial efforts here. And he's going to be comfortably inside the top 10 at the end of the day for Will Barter. Good test. He's really raced this one, Will Barter. And that's not a bad performance at all. 8th place provisionally, 51.5 kilometers an hour. David de la Cruz just on the margins. David de la Cruz of the general classification heading to the first checkpoint. It's not a bad time from David de la Cruz. He's not a noted time trialist, but that's the 5th fastest time through the first checkpoint, which is something of a surprise to me.
I think he's targeting general classification here, the Spanish rider.
Yep. So
I wouldn't be surprised to see him among the top 15 the final standings.
Felix Gall
emerging as the only opponent to Jonas Vingegaard so far.
And there he is, our first glimpse of the king of the mountains, Jonas Vingegaard, wearing the blue skin suit that the organisation have handed to him. He'll be the second to last rider, going off just before this man, Afonso Eulalio. About, once again, to enter completely unknown terrain for him, doing things on a bike that he's never considered before, leading a Grand Tour into Stage 8, into an individual time trial of some distance as well. Huge responsibility on his shoulders as he looks to try and defend a 2-minute and 24-second lead. The clouds have rolled in just a little bit, The chance of rain has gone up a little bit. I still don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. And if that is the case, even if the slightest raindrops start to fall on this parcours, then Filippo Ganna might as well just take his trophy and go home, because no one in wet roads will be able to threaten him. Michael Storer then, 10th place in the general classification. We're into the top 10 now.
He needs to defend this position, not his best speciality, time trialing. It's been overshadowed by the performance of his young teammates, Mathis Rondel.
Yes, indeed, Tudor Pro Cycling with 2 riders in the top 10. Much like Red Bull Border Hansgrohe, they've also got 2 riders in the top 10 with Hindley and Pellizzari. Michael Storer has got Mathis Rondel as a teammate in the top 10. As you say, though, Storer has been overshadowed by the ascent of the Frenchman.
Soon Caruso is going to be at the intermediate, so we're going to have a little bit of an indication that, once again, we just have to dive into the numbers, because now the general classification race starts, I would say, with Caruso on. We can start to doing our calculation of who's doing better than who, because of course if there is one race for the stage victory, there is another one to assure the best possible position in the general classification.
Yeah, it matters for pretty much every one of these riders now out on the road. Seconds at play, and the general classification jigsaw will look completely different at the end of the day, especially over this distance. 42 kilometers creates big gaps. You can make big gains, you can sustain big losses, and in a relatively compact general classification, a lot is about to change. 198 times Tuscany has hosted a stage finish. That's a remarkable record. Often 2 stage finishes in one edition. Here he is then, this right-handed turn that leads to that long straight road, to that first checkpoint, and we'll get an idea of where Damiano Caruso is. How close he is to the top 5 on the at the first checkpoint, where it's Ganna in 1909, Remy Cavagna 32 seconds down, Sjoerd Bax 41, Alex Sagat 48, David de la Cruz, who we just saw going through 50 seconds down. Damiano Caruso is 1 minute and 12 seconds down, so he's 22 seconds down on David de la Cruz.
Here's a helicopter view of the coastline. And here Giulio Pellizzari. All the Italian hopes lays on his shoulder.
Huge chainring, 68-tooth chainring for Giulio Pellizzari, tall rider. And if he wants to win Grand Tours in the future, this individual time trial, well, they all matter, but he's going to have to start to make big strides in this discipline. Otherwise, in modern racing, it's very hard for pure climbers to make the difference and to win Grand Tours. So this really matters for Giulio Pellizzari. We'll still believe he's got the talent to land on the podium, even if the Maglia Rosa seems too distant a possibility at the moment. He's in 9th place on GC, but Pellizzari needs to start reversing the fortunes of what we've seen so far at the Giro. Real test for Pellizzari, this, isn't it, Jacopo, today?
I think it's something like, at this age, you might as well have a bad day on the bike, but if you just keep performing the same way, you know, in a way, it would be just an alarming sign from Pellizzari. I think there's been rumors that teams might be a little bit sick from these early stages of the Giro. They were very demanding physically for the weather they were enduring. But if he can reverse that and be back in, you know, just in the game, I think it's going to do very good for his mental strength, because tomorrow might be a day that won't feature the main GC guys, but today definitely is. And if he can reverse that bad performance and be back on a much more, you know, performance that is expected from himself, then it can be all good on the motivation and self-confidence that Giulio Pellizzari might have.
I can tell you that Damiano Caruso, who we just saw, is actually closing in very fast on Lennart van Eerdvelt, and might just catch Sepp Kuss as well. See how overcast it is now. It's actually, the sunlight is gone as Lorenzo Milesi,
still with the vest,
still with his vest, just catching the air.
It's not a bad time actually. Wonder it would have ended up without the vest.
Yeah, he's going to be comfortably, easily in the top 10, at least provisionally, Lorenzo Milesi. And he's on cracking form. He's on really good form at this bike race. Dropping down the provisional rankings right now to mix it with the 3 Danish riders. It's going to be faster than Nicholas Larsen, though, just about, I think.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. That's good enough for 7th place provisionally for Lorenzo Milesi.
More to come from the Italian former world champion in the time trial U23 category, as we're back at the start line. Ben O'Connor. All the hopes of Jacob Lula lays on his shoulder is hopefully he can be back on what he was some very good performances from the past, when he was able to be up front in both the Tour and the Vuelta a España. He's been living a good beginning of the Giro d'Italia.
A decent record at the Giro in the individual time trials. Last time he raced at the Giro was in 2024. He finished in 11th place on the first individual time trial and 7th in the second one. And just came from the Australian National Championships back in January this year, Ben O'Connor, and actually finished 4th in the Australian National Championships in the time trial, which is always a difficult time trial to win. Beat Luke Platt, for example. So on his day, Ben O'Connor can do a good time trial. Andreas Leknesund approaching the finish line.
They're all around in between 2 minute 30, 3 minute 30.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tightly packed, isn't it? The lower order of the top 10 at the finish line.
Yeah. Just one man is standing way above everybody else, and he's Filippo Ganna.
So perhaps amongst the GC riders, Jacopo, given that the top 10 looks like that, perhaps the time gaps won't be necessarily as big as we think they might be. Although Jonas Vingegaard is capable of doing a Ganna to the general classification, isn't he?
Yeah. I think among it's clear to everybody who's following a little bit about cycling that the main or the best time trialist among the GC contenders is Jonas Vingegaard, producing himself some incredibly good performances over the years in time trial days, but he could really, you know, demolish the opponents in such a long time trial. It's going to be very interesting to see how the others will eventually, you know, act and react also to such a demanding parcours as Derek G crossing the intermediate. This is
again very similar to a lot of other riders. Just a couple of seconds faster than Lorenzo Milesi, for example.
Yeah, everybody's around there in this time, about in between 50 to 1 minute 10, 1 minute 20. So I think they're going to be, except for some of them, they're going to be underperforming. I think in a minute time, all the GC contenders. Maybe the only one not in that time slot would be Jonas Vingegaard, but all the remaining, I think this is going to be more or less, not from Ghana, from in between themselves. The minutes difference is something like you could fairly expect.
Well, scan your QR code and get involved. Play Fantagiro. And by the way, it's too late to pick Filippo Ganna for the individual time trial, if that was your plan. Mathis Rondel wearing the white jersey on behalf of Afonso Eulalia. Second place in the white jersey competition, which is itself would be a notable target for Mathis Rondel to focus on in terms of the general classification as well.
Yes, to look out for Giulio Pellizzari. I think the real contender for the Maglia Bianca.
Yeah.
Not see that far behind from him at this point.
Rondel is potentially vulnerable in this discipline as well. He's got no notable results particularly to speak of in individual time trialing. Just 22 years of age though, and just embarking on his career really. Lots of talent though. Another French star in the making, Mathis Rondel potentially.
Yes, France is becoming, again, returning to be one of the leading nation, featuring Mathis Rondel and Paul Magnier, that both here at the Giro d'Italia, and actually on the rise, not even more on the rise, already a confirmation from Paul Seychelles, but there are many other riders, De Comble coming, Isidore, Sparfel, a lot of young and exciting prospects from France. I mean, prospect reductive for some of them, possibly. Scaroni, the image. It's going to be curious to see if he's going to be full gas involved and trying to retain a good position in the GC, or if he's going to opt to drop out in order to have a chance in the coming days for the succeed in a breakaway.
David de la Cruz is now approaching the second checkpoint. Obviously, a long way down on Filippo Ganna's time. But right in the thick of it with all the other riders.
Not a bad time for the Spanish. And we haven't seen much of Chris Harper. Just started off a couple of positions right ahead of him. After him, sorry. He's seated ahead of him in the GC.
David de la Cruz, 8th fastest through the second checkpoint. 1:47 down on Filippo Ganna.
Here is Pellizzari. Only in the first minutes of his effort. In about 10-11 minute time is going to be at the intermediate. We're going to have a clear indication how his shape is this very beginning part, very early part of this time trial. Well, we're back at the start with Thymen Arensman.
Now he definitely is a one to watch, Thymen Arensman, going 3 minutes after Mathis Rondel. And that'll be a real carrot dangled in front of Arensman. Can he get to Mathis Rondel? He's got 42 kilometers to try and ride down his 3-minute man. And on his day, if Rondel isn't on his day, then I think Arensman could do this. Good time trialist, Thymen Arensman, the Dutchman. This is a major opportunity. He's shown a few vulnerabilities on occasions in the long climbs that we've seen so far. A better day for him the other day, but Thymen Arensman, he has to make this individual time trial count in the general classification, and he'll try and move up as much as he can on GC today.
Yeah, it was at the very beginning of his career, it was almost more like a time trialist than a climber, turning himself into a much more, suitable rider for the mountains. But nonetheless, among the GC contenders, he can benefit from a very strong, not just power, but also position and weight. He delivers the power. So I would be curious to see what is going to be, what is going to laze his time at the end of this time trial. Just off the grid. 41 kilometers of pure pain ahead of him.
That's the race of truth. Thymen Arensman.
You can't hide in a time trial. That's for sure.
Scaroni has a minute and a half before he starts now. And then after Scaroni, we're into the top 4 in the general classification. Jai Hindley, Felix Gall, Jonas Vingegaard, and Afonso Eulalio. Derek G. Reasonable performance from Derek G. Going through the first checkpoint in 20:06, a 57-second deficit to the time set by Filippo Ganna. .31:45 is the best time at the second checkpoint as we rejoin Giulio Pellizzari on the road. Tall rider, broad shoulders, but looks very good on the time trial bike. Should get a sense of how well he's going in around about 9 minutes time, 8 or 9 minutes. Hansgrohe still with 2 irons in the fire in the general classification, but neither of them a time trial specialist. Coming to this Grand Tour, of course, without either Primož Roglic or Remco Evenepoel, both of whom are very good time trialists. Primož Roglic starting off his cycling career really as a time trialist. A long time ago, admittedly. Now then, Christian Scaroni. Is he going to surrender his general classification place almost deliberately? Because it's not helpful for Christian Scaroni at the moment to be in 5th place on GC when he's looking to get up the road and get into breaks.
More to come for the Italian. It's been found a lot of consistency over the last couple of years. Winning his very first Grand Tour stage last year at the Giro d'Italia, when he won the 1-2 for XTS Astana with Lorenzo Fortunato, San Valentino, Passo San Valentino in Trentino.
Yeah, you alluded to it before, actually, that XTS Astana do have an outstanding record of success at the Giro d'Italia over recent years. Whether it's with this man or this year, already with 2 victories and a spell in the Maglia Rosa as well.
Damiano Caruso, the second intermediate at 28.7, 2:21. Have in mind his time, because it can be a good reference for what we're going to witness later from the other riders. Lennart van Etveld, after being overtaken by the Italian,
yep,
it's always there, not far from the rider from Bahrain Victorious. So 2:27 for Damiano Caruso.
Taking his minute man, as you say, Lennart van Etveld. Rejoining Tumin Arensman on the road. A 2nd place right here on the same roads of Lido di Camaiore over a short distance. Tirreno Adriatico this very year, Tumin Arensman. That fact alone puts him in a very strong position vis-a-vis or relative to a lot of the other riders in the top 12, 15 of the general classification. 2-time stage winner at the Tour de France, of course, Tumin Arensman.
He was very confident in every press release in recent days, and he's always proved himself to be one of the best over the longest the race goes in. So we'll be very curious to see how he performs today, as he marks the first step, I guess, you know, where you can have a lot of indication if your shape is going in the right direction or not. Jai Hindley, 4th at the moment in GC, been very good in the stage to Blockhouse and Fermo. Only Sunday he showed a little bit of weakness toward the final drag in Cornole Scale.
So Jai Hindley wore the Maglia Rosa back in 2021, or 2020 it was, in the final individual time trial on stage 21 of that year's race, only to surrender it on the very final day to the eventual winner, Theo Gegenhardt. Not his favourite discipline, this Jai Hindley, but started this Giro in really good form, even if he has lost a bit of time recently, as Markel Bellocchi comes to the first checkpoint. A little bit down on the time of Derek G, for example, and those who around him in the general classification, but not too far. It's a decent ride from the youngster.
It's a first taste of what Grand Tour looks like for the very young Spaniard. Now we're back on Giulio Pellizzari here. In 4-minute time is going to be at the same very spot. 28.6 kilometers till the end of a time trial of the young Italian, being awarded with as a co-leader the lineup of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe.
Felix Gall as we move into the podium standings, will be on the start ramp now and ready to go. And then it's just Vingegaard and Italia after him as we accompany Giulio Pellizzari through the first 16.5 minutes of his effort, and now rolling at 54 kilometres an hour. 28 kilometres of this long time trial, though, still to go for the Italian. And a little while before we see him at the first checkpoint and can measure him against the likes of Caruso, G. West and Bellocchi.
Sketchy cornering here for Hindley, approached in the safest possible manner.
2 minutes into his effort then, Jai Hindley. So the two Red Bull leaders on the road together, Pellizzari and Hindley, separated by 15 minutes. Felix Gall then, well, finished in second place in an individual time trial at World Tour level last year at the Tour de Suisse, Felix Gall, but that was an uphill time trial. It was won by Joao Almeida. In third place was Oscar Onley, and Felix Gall finished in second place. So not representative of the pan-flat 42 kilometres that face him today.
Yeah, it's a completely different time trial, but he's been looking at some very good performances. He opted not to wear a visor on his helmet.
That's just for comfort reasons, isn't it?
I guess, yeah, because there's particular handlebar in there.
Derek G at the second checkpoint, 6th fastest, so G's making progress. He's the first GC rider to appear in the top 6. Derek G. Doing a good ride, the Canadian. Felix Gall has just started.
It's been shaping at least the first week of racing as the stage to Cornole Scale was controlled by his own very team, Decathlon CMA CGM. Eventually got beaten by Vingegaard, but nonetheless he showed some great confidence, self-confidence, as he was the only two attacks that came in that particular stage was coming one from Felix Gall, and the second one, the decisive one, from Vingegaard. So he's buoyed by these performances, and as it stands now, it looked like the biggest opponent to Jonas Vingegaard, way to success in this Giro d'Italia.
Felix Gall in the UAE Tour this year, which is a 12-kilometre flat time trial, conceded in 12 kilometres 56 seconds to Remco Evenepoel, the winner. And around about 20 seconds in 12 kilometres to Derek G. West. So he is a bit vulnerable in the individual time trial. Tiemann Arensman, for example, starts the day 2 minutes and 1 second down on Felix Gall. But if this man gets it all right, then he could end up in pink easily at the end. Well, not easily, but very plausibly at the end of the day. This could be the moment where his dream goes into fulfillment and he pulls on the leader jersey of the Tour of Italy for the first time in his career. Already a winner of 2 stages on debut at the Giro d'Italia. If everything goes absolutely perfectly for him over the next 42 kilometres, it might even be 3 stages. He's the only rider left who could, on his day, possibly threaten Filippo Ganna. But even that is a very, very unlikely stretch of the imagination. Ganna surely has set the best time, but Vingegaard has the responsibility now of putting time into all of his general classification rivals, including the man who's going to follow him, Afonso Eulalia. For now, though, Vingegaard is the penultimate rider off the start ramp and into this individual time trial.
It's been already victorious in 2 occasions in this Giro d'Italia. 2-time winner of the general classification of the Giro d'Italia, winner of the Vuelta a España last year. The only man who was able to beat possibly one of the best rider ever, such Tadej Pogacar in 2 occasions in the Tour de France. And we said already as in the last how many times, 5 Tour de France, it was either Pogacar or Jonas Vingegaard have been able to finish already 3 times second in the Tour de France. Been finished also on the podium on another occasion in Vuelta a España when Sepp Kuss won.
It's an incredible record he's got. Giulio Pellizzardi, not the quickest of the GC riders to go through the checkpoint there. He's, for example, around about 20 seconds slower than Derek G. West.
David de la Cruz almost the finish line. A good time for him. Put him in the likes of the Mikkel Bjerg and all that remains. A possible top 10 finish for, provisional top 10 finish for the Spaniard.
Just thinking about Pellizzardi's time and what Derek G is doing on the road as we watch David de la Cruz finish and get a top 10 time for now. Good effort from the veteran Spaniard from Pinarello Q36.5. Yeah, if Derek G continues to take time on Giulio Pellizzardi, he will probably end the day above him on the general classification. He's got to make up a minute, Derek G, to replace Giulio Pellizzardi, to leapfrog over him.
Ben Connor. O'Connor, my bad.
It's good time, this.
Yeah.
From Ben O'Connor. Might even be, of the GC riders, maybe not the best, but close to the best. That's a very good time. 4th fastest through the first checkpoint from Ben O'Connor. That's an outstanding performance. And that will be significant. You can see David de la Cruz at the finish line there, but Ben O'Connor, that's a good time. And this man is about to face the unknown. The race of truth is about to happen for Alfonso Eulalia, who has impressed not just with his attitude, but his fortitude and his strength. 2 days ago as well, his response to finish 5th on the stage.
As the public is counting down, it's about to unfold and to begin his journey, because it's going to be a long and demanding time trial for Alfonso Eulalia.
And now they're all on the road. Jonas Vingegaard, Alfonso Eulalia. And let's keep our eye on the developing time gap between them. 2 minutes and 24 seconds he's got to defend from Jonas Vingegaard. It seems unlikely, but you never know. This pink jersey so far has given Alfonso Eulalia wings. He's outperformed his wildest dreams on this Giro d'Italia. You're looking at a rider who's never won a professional bike race, and here he is leading the Giro d'Italia for day after day after day, having earned the right to make big leaps in the general classification. He will not relinquish this race lead without a big fight, and even if he does, he's still in a genuine general classification fight for the best possible position in Rome.
Yeah, it's been not just defending the jersey, but in some occasions also going on the attack, going after some extra time gained on the opponents, and it's very unlikely that he's going to be able to retain this jersey for many more days. But nonetheless, if he's going to get home with a top 10 finisher in the general classification, is going to be a very successful Giro d'Italia. Remember, he's only 2 years into professional at the pro level, you know, the maximum level of World Tour. So almost feels like everything is new for Eulalia. And today, as Ned pointed out, is into the unknown, as never experienced as many riders, in fact, such a long time trial. Jonas Vingegaard here, in the meantime, wearing the KOM jersey, which leads by a vast margin over Sevilla and Ciccone and Gal.
Look how slender he is on the bike, how he gets those shoulders tucked in. Yeah, it's just slicing through the air like a knife, isn't it?
It looks even more compact. It is already a compact rider, but in this occasion it looks even much smaller than what it is, because the position is just perfect for him on the bike. He's a very successful rider when it comes down to time trial. It is with Mathis Rondel, wearer of the Maglia Bianca, best younger, despite being second in GC. Eulalio is in fact the owner.
Well, when we get the timing result, we will pass it on to you. So that just disappeared from our screens there, but he looks good, Mathis Rondel, even if he has a modest record in individual time trialling. As we hop back to the Dutchman for net company Ineos, Team and Islandsman.
Soon is going to be the intermediate. Is going to be another indication how the time trial of the Dutch climber slash time trialist, I mean, you could consider him that. So it's going pretty well at the moment. Let's remember, Pipogana was at 19.09 at this very intermediate. Still a couple of corners for him. Left one before our right, a little bit later on down the road.
19.09 is the best time at the first check. Islandsman is going to be outside of that, which is no surprise. It was set by his teammate, Filippo Ganna. By how much? A little way to go still. Ben O'Connor's time of just 47 seconds slower than Filippo Ganna is the best by any of the GC riders to this point. I wonder if Team Islandsman can go faster than Ben O'Connor. Could be. It's a good time from Islandsman.
Yeah, it's a fast time for Team Islandsman.
Yeah, will be faster than Ben O'Connor. By round about
30 seconds.
Yeah, so 18 seconds or thereabouts faster than Ben O'Connor. 30 seconds down on Filippo Ganna at the first checkpoint. That's a very good time.
Damiano Caruso at the finish line, conceding a little bit more than 4 minutes.
.405 down on Filippo Ganna. Now we start to see some of the GC riders coming towards all these various different points in the race. Second checkpoint for young Markel Bellocchi. It's faded a little bit, perhaps, in between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2. Already over 2 minutes down on Filippo Ganna, and he's the 14th fastest through the second checkpoint.
2 minutes 05 for the young Spaniard. Rider from Basque Country, back on the camera on Eulalio. It's just at the very beginning of his long effort. Soon he's going to be seeing Vingegaard coming down the very same road.
Yes. Going in the opposite direction, of course. Vingegaard starting 3 minutes ahead of him. Eulalio, so much to get right here. Not just a physical performance, a power performance. It's the approach as well, the pacing strategy. The emotion will be riding very high with Eulalio. But he's got to try and relax and make sure that he doesn't overcook it too early and blow up, because then on a long course like this, the time could just flow right away from you, and his general classification could become hugely unstuck. He is going to lose time. It's a question of how much, as we get this direct comparison between Eulalio and Vingegaard. Vingegaard on that showing has taken 14 seconds of those 2 minutes and 24 that he needs to take pink.
Yeah, and we're just at the beginning of it, so still a lot of comp from this stage, but it's good. We have a live timing difference between the two riders. Michael Storer approaching the intermediate also.
Checkpoint 2.
In line with Bellocchi, more or less.
Yeah, similar, maybe even a little bit slower than, oh no.
Same.
Exactly the same time.
2:05.
14th, provisional 14th place for Michael Storer. Not the best place, of course, of the Tudor riders in the general classification. That is Mathis Rondel. It's Felix Gall we pick him up on the road as well. Having made the turn and heading back into Viareggio, or just about to. The Austrian. Not a massive exponent of the time trial discipline, Felix Gall. The time gap between Tiemann Arendsman and Felix Gall going into today's time trial, 2 minutes and 1 second, for example. And we know that Arendsman is going well. We know that Arendsman, of the GC riders so far that we've seen, is the fastest on the road. It'll be a few minutes before we see what Gall does at that first checkpoint. Jai Hindley, we haven't seen him for a while. He's getting closer to the first checkpoint. Be very interesting to see which of the two Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe riders ends up on top in terms of the stage classification here today, Jai Hindley or Giulio Pellizzari. So far, in terms of the pecking order in the team, it's definitely been advantage Hindley. Starting the day in 4th place at 4:32. He's a long way ahead of his teammate in 9th at 5:15. So Derek G now coming towards the finish line. We'll get a sense now. Caruso finished 4 minutes and 5 seconds down on Filippo Ganna. And Derek G's gone a lot faster, as you would imagine, than Damiano Caruso. This is a good ride from Derek G. It's going to be inside the top 10 on the stage. Got around about 10 seconds to go. He's probably going to be provisionally 5th place or thereabouts on the stage, but this is a good benchmark time now for Derek G. And he stops the clock. 2 minutes and 16 seconds down on Filippo Ganna.
Lost the visor at the very end. But a good performance by the Canadian, who gonna be able to rejoin top end or the top 10 of the classification, definitely, as very, very good performance. Back on Vingegaard. It's looking good and very sleek and composed.
Would probably prefer an individual time trial with a little bit of climbing in it, but performs incredibly well on all terrains. He's a GC champion, 2-time Tour de France winner. A winner of 3 individual time trials in his career. 1 came at the Tour de France, 1 at the Tour of the Algarve. Is he going to add the Giro d'Italia to his tally of victories? Scaroni, first checkpoint, 2:24 down, a long way down. So Scaroni is going to be tumbling down the general classification.
Yeah, he's going to dropping off the top 10, I think is intentional from him.
Sure.
Giulio Pellizzari now at the 2nd intermediate.
Falling behind the likes of Stora and Bellocchi. It's a modest performance from Pellizzari there.
Not by much.
17th, provisionally 17th, 2 minutes and 13 seconds down. So just over 10 seconds down on the likes of Bellocchi. A little bit less than 10 seconds.
Yeah. Here's Jai Hindley approaching the first intermediate sprint. First indication how well he's going, or how bad. But it's not far from there. 53 seconds already. It's 1 minute down, more or less.
He's slower than Derek G.
And Arendsman as well.
And Tiemann Arendsman, quite significantly slower than Tiemann Arendsman. Over 30 seconds slower than Tiemann Arendsman, Jai Hindley. And that's only after 16.7 kilometers to go.
1 minute and 10 seconds for Jai Hindley at this point.
Arendsman, if the race were to stop now, would be ahead of Jai Hindley in the general classification already. So Arendsman and Scaroni, he's moved himself up effectively in the general classification. Tiemann Arendsman now to roughly 4th place. So he's knocking on the door of the podium here, and this is a exceptionally important moment for Tiemann Arendsman. Perhaps he has vulnerabilities in the mountains, and we'll have to see how well he performs, because we've got plenty of summit finishes still to come. So he needs to build himself up a buffer of time here over riders like Jai Hindley, etc., because they'll come back at him, I think, when the mountains get high in the final week. big moment for net company Ineos's Timon Adamsman. And Ben O'Connor did a very good time through the first checkpoint. He's approaching the second checkpoint now. And again,
very similar time to Derek G.
Very good time. 8th fastest through the second checkpoint.
Just 1 second slower than Derek G. So it's riding up very well time trial so far. Back on Vingegaard.
.5k to go until he gets to the checkpoint, and then we'll know what Vingegaard is doing pace-wise. Of course, 3 minutes after that or thereabouts, we'll get a sense of how much time Eulaliu has lost. He will have lost time to Jonas Vingegaard. It's a question of how much. And then what is the pacing strategy? Vingegaard, all that experience, all that talent as well. He might just get faster as this time trial goes on.
Soon is going to be at the very first intermediate. We have a little indication how is he going. As well as Felix Gall soon is going to be there. It is the Austrian leader for Decathlon CMA CGM.
A little bit cautious through that corner, wasn't he? Would have lost another second or two just taking that not perfect the line through that corner. Felix Gall.
Remember, is already very high because Pipogana coming here at 19.09 and already Arsman was 30 seconds slower.
Yeah.
O'Connor 47 and Jai Hindley 110.
Remember that Gall has only got 2 minutes and 1 second to lose to Timon Adamsman, and a big chunk of that has been lost already. So the signs are not good here for Felix Gall, and he's only approaching the first checkpoint. Timon Adamsman has already gained a minute, almost a minute on Felix Gall of the 2 minutes and 1 second that he needs to gain to take his place on GC. Adamsman was through in 30 seconds to Filippo Ganna. This is 1:27, so it's 57 seconds that Felix Gall has lost to Timon Adamsman so far.
Yeah, almost a minute and not the performance he was hoping, and still a very long day for him as we're back on Jai Hindley.
So the next rider to come to the checkpoint will be Jonas Vingegaard after Felix Gall, and it possibly won't be too long before we see Jonas Vingegaard because he's going considerably faster than Felix Gall. It won't be long before Vingegaard himself will be approaching that checkpoint, and that's a key moment, not just in terms of the general classification, whether or not he's going to end the day in pink, but also potentially if Vingegaard's on a real flyer for the stage victory, as we get this side-by-side comparison of how they're faring. Afonso Eulaliu has lost 38 seconds to Vingegaard on the road so far, so the sign's not good for Eulaliu, but equally not a catastrophe for Eulaliu so far.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I'm glad you so far, but yeah. You see the completely different rhythm how Vingegaard is at the same time spinning the legs but pushing very hard on the pedals, and 38 seconds now. They're still not even halfway through this time trial. I would say rather 10 kilometers into the time trial, so still a very long way for both the riders. As
Vingegaard's approaching the checkpoint. Remember, Filippo Ganna was at 19.09 through this checkpoint.
That's the power output of Vingegaard. Massive, to think of the size and the weight of the rider. Spinning the legs very evenly. Soon he's going to be as well at the intermediate. Going to see what time he has.
Now then, straight all the way to the checkpoint. And I tell you what, Timon Adamsman is going better than Jonas Vingegaard on this opening few kilometers by some distance as well. So Vingegaard is not doing the ride relative to Filippo Ganna and the other GC riders that we all expected. He's over 20 seconds down on the pace of Timon Adamsman as things stand.
and also from Ben O'Connor is losing ground. So far, those two, they are the best among the GC contenders.
Well. That was not the expected outcome for Jonas Vingegaard. Now, has he got a completely different pacing strategy, or is he just not on a great day? And how good is Timo Adamsman right now?
Yeah, he's looking to be gaining a lot of ground on everybody else. So far, here's the gap, 26 seconds as it stands right now for the duo Adamsman on your left and Vingegaard on the right. It's going in favor of the Dutch rider. We know he's a fine time trialist, but he's showing some very good form and strength in this time trial.
Well, let's just say Timo Adamsman started the day 2 minutes and 36 seconds down on Jonas Vingegaard. And here is Adamsman through the second checkpoint, 1 minute and 10 seconds down on Filippo Ganna's time.
And it's faster even than Derek G, that till now was the fastest of the GC contenders.
Yeah, faster also than Ben O'Connor by 26 seconds as well. So at the moment, he's quite clearly the second fastest rider in this entire individual time trial, Timo Adamsman. He's going to finish possibly in second place on the stage to make it a net company Ineos 1-2 on the stage. There we go, Adamsman, third fastest behind Cavagna at the second intermediate.
It's a very good time by the Dutch rider. You see he's pushing a massive gear, but instead of spinning the legs, he's just using his raw power to deliver some good performance. As we're back on the finish line, as Belocchi has overtaken Jan Hirt, that is in the background, and he's coming at the finish line with around a little bit more than 3 minutes.
Good performance from Marcel Belocchi. He's 20 years of age, the youngster. Exceptional performance. Going to be just outside the top 10. Faster though than Andreas Leknesund by 13 seconds. 3:11 down on Filippo Ganna's time. The Basque rider from EF Education Easy Post should be very happy with that. It's a good ride.
Jan Hirt
is Eulalia then.
Jan Hirt was in the background, so he must have lost around the 4 minute 30 as he started 1 minute before. Oh, actually started way before there, because it was 3 minute difference.
Right then, how does Afonso Eulalia measure up against Jonas Vingegaard? He too is coming to the first checkpoint. Remember that Jonas Vingegaard went through 56 seconds down on the time of Filippo Ganna, and Eulalia has lost a lot of time. An awful lot of time. He's still got a long way to go to that checkpoint. Takes his left hand up.
Yeah, it's
going to be a minute, I think, that he's losing to Vingegaard, probably.
Yeah, he's now 1 minute down. From now on, it's going to be all in favor of Vingegaard, because Vingegaard himself was 56 seconds down on Filippo Ganna.
Defending this race lead, wearing the Maglia Rosa, perhaps for the last time in this Giro d'Italia, Afonso Eulalia. At the moment, he's conceded 25 seconds to Vingegaard. That's going to go out as he heads towards that checkpoint.
Remember, Vingegaard crosses this intermediate with 56 seconds over Ganna.
It's going to be around about 45 seconds, 50 seconds possibly, maybe more, maybe closer to a whole minute that he will have lost already to Jonas Vingegaard, and that's just after 16.7 seconds. It's 50 seconds his deficit that he has lost through the first checkpoint.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but started to be seen now the pacing strategy from Vingegaard and the others. It's going to play out.
Eulalia can now only lose 1 minute and 34 seconds over the next 25 kilometers. It's not impossible, especially if Jonas Vingegaard is not on a stellar day, which it suggests his time. The fact that he was so far off the pace of Timo Adamsman is surprising.
Michael Storer at the final corner. It's done some good time trial. Very similar to other opponents that are going to lose 3 minutes 11, I would say, rather like similar to Belocchi.
Yeah, he's in the same sort of like area of Belocchi. Michael Storer, one of 2 GC riders for Tudor Pro Cycling.
3:05 for the Australian.
12th place, decent time trial from Michael Storer. Same time as Alex Segert. That is a telling performance, actually, from Michael Storer over a 42 kilometre pan flat time trial. Not to his liking, really. But Thymen Arensman is doing an amazing ride here.
Yeah, 9.2 kilometers to go for the Dutchman. He looks very composed, very steady with a big gear. Don't see any distress from his body.
Well, the best placed GC rider at the finish line so far to have stopped the clock is Derek G. West at 2:16, down on Filippo Ganna. Thymen Arensman is just 9 kilometers from the finish line now. And almost in a little subdivision all of his own. His time is way down on the best time of Filippo Ganna, but Thymen Arensman, if he holds it all together, is also going way faster than any of the other GC riders to this point, unless Jonas Vingegaard can start to eat into the advantage that he had, Thymen Arensman, at the first checkpoint. The wind coming from the coast over his left shoulder there. Cross headwind, might have changed direction a little bit through the day.
What a performance he's doing. Soon he's going to be at the intermediate. It's going to be another confirmation how well he's going. Here we're back with Jai Hindley, a little bit further down, 32 minutes into his effort. Was conceding a little bit of ground. Not too much difference then between him and Jonas Vingegaard. It was only 15 seconds in between the two.
Past one of those massive displays of the famous Via Reggio Carnival procession, which happens every year, biggest in Italy. As the Maglia Rosa makes his way a little bit gingerly around that left-hander, loses another maybe second or two, with his Maglia Rosa hanging in the balance. 50 seconds of his advantage, 50 gone at the first checkpoint. Still got 1 minute and 34 to defend against, and look at that long, straight, empty road ahead of him. Pellizzari now coming to the finish line. Giulio Pellizzari.
It's a little bit slower than Derek G, but it was not too bad. It's going to be around 3 minute 20.
It's an important ride, this, for Giulio Pellizzari, to shore up his general classification and make gains on some of his less able rivals in the individual time trial after a disappointing performance the other day on stage 9. This is better from Giulio Pellizzari. It's a respectable performance. He stops the clock 3:18 down on Filippo Ganna. He's 1 minute and 2 seconds down on Derek G's time.
It's a good performance by him. I think he was giving not the greatest indication in the stage to Corno Scala, but I think he found better legs today. He's not a time trial specialist, as Jai Hindley is approaching the second intermediates at 2:09. So it's roughly 30 seconds down on Derek G, and almost a minute down on Thymen Arensman.
Going faster than Giulio Pellizzari at the moment, and I can tell you, Jacopo, that Derek G. West at the finish line will end the day 2 seconds above Giulio Pellizzari in the general classification. He's taken his place. But this is the real intrigue now, Jonas Vingegaard. A surprise result at the first checkpoint. Some 24 seconds down on, 26 seconds down, I should say, on Thymen Arensman. Has that tendency continued? Does he look comfortable?
I don't know. It's an enigma so far, because it seems like he's in shape, but he's not quite as dominant. Maybe you would expect he's not like having a bad time gap or whatsoever. It's just like you would expect him to crush the enemies in a way.
Yep.
And it's not happening yet. That's why maybe we're surprised in a way that his performances are not as high as prediction were.
Well, 3.4 kilometers time. He'll get to Forte dei Marmi, which is the second checkpoint.
Ben O'Connor coming to the line as well.
Big ride this from Ben O'Connor. Hugely impressive performance. going to be outside the time of the Canadian Derek G. West, but he's going to be a lot faster than, for example, Damiano Caruso or Giulio Pellizzari. He's going to be faster than Markel Bellocchi or Michael Storer, his fellow Australian.
Faded a little bit at the very end as Derek G was 2:16 and the two had comparable time gap at the intermediate. It's going to be around 2:45.
Going to be a top 10, at least for now, from Ben O'Connor. 2:42 down on Filippo Ganna. Around about 36 seconds faster than Giulio Pellizzari.
So far among he faded a little bit towards the end. It was a good time trial nonetheless, but if you take the time of Derek G, definitely the Canadian was much faster than all the other riders. See the gap?
He's stabilised it. Jonas Vingegaard definitely stabilised it. He's lost a few more seconds, but not much as he approaches the second checkpoint. Thymen Arensman is now 4 kilometres from the finish line. Vingegaard was he 26 seconds down at the first checkpoint. He's now about 31 seconds down. Felix Gall approaching the second checkpoint there, 2:43 down. He has lost to Thymen Arensman. He has lost 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Yeah.
And the writing is on the wall for Felix Gall there. Thymen Arensman, if he carries on losing time, gaining time on Gall at this rate, he is going to be above Gall in the general classification at the end of the day. He needs to take another 28 seconds to achieve that. Arensman, as we predicted, is the real mover here in the general classification. Eulalio looks like his Maglia Rosa spell might just be coming to an end, but it's not confirmed yet. And Jonas Vingegaard has definitely recovered and stabilised his time trial a little bit in the middle of today's effort. Eulalio, though, bit by bit is approaching the second checkpoint, but Vingegaard will get there first, obviously, and then we'll know exactly what Eulalio has to do over the remaining 13 kilometres in the time trial. Out of the saddle on a totally flat bit of road. That suggests that he is suffering, doesn't it? Just, you would never see Filippo Ganna do that at a pure time trialist.
That means one thing, you're uncomfortable on your bike, and you see it's a completely different position than the others. They're much more pure time trialists. They rather tend to sit pretty much straightforward on the seat post, while Eulalio almost has a position very similar to the one he used on the road. It's a less extreme, but also less effective position.
Jacopo is not certain this yet, is it? They're halfway through the time trial, and he's lost half of the time that he's allowed to lose. He's just keeping his hopes alive. Just.
Vingegaard, second intermediate, 1:43.
33 seconds.
He has kept the same distance from Arensman. He's conceding 30 seconds on him, the best of the GC contenders, and he's gaining a minute over Felix Gall. But to have just an indication, if you take away Arensman and we just consider Jai Hindley, it's just hanging in there, you know, just 20 seconds in between the two, roughly.
Well, Jonas Vingegaard doing a good ride, not perhaps the absolute record ride that we thought we might see from him today. And it's a rare day indeed where he concedes position in an individual time trial against another GC rival who isn't called Tadej Pogacar. And today it's Arensman who is taking time back on Jonas Vingegaard. Jai Hindley, who's he got ahead of him on the road? Scaroni, of course it is. Christian Scaroni, who is conceding his general classification, signing off on it today, buying himself a bit of freedom in the GC so that he can get up the road and attack. In the meantime, though, Arensman is coming towards the line. 1 kilometre to go for Thymen Arensman. Of the GC riders, he's been by far the best, and he should be the second fastest on the stage behind his teammate Filippo Ganna. Yeah,
it's already within the last kilometre, and it's expected to have a very good time, especially among the best GC contenders. For the first time, he shows some movement on the shoulders. Huge effort, but nonetheless, very good time for the Dutch rider.
Really well prepared for this individual time trial.
He can place himself maybe in the top 3 after this time trial on the podium. As Pipogana watches his fellow mate, might as well having the second time on the line.
300 meters to go for Thymen Arensman. Sends the pigeons scattering as the Dutchman has just about 200 meters to go. 150 from this point where he turns, sweeps right-handed. About another 10, 12 seconds of effort to get to the line. He'll be, will he, just inside the time of Rémi Cavagnan, second on the stage? Yes, I think he's going to just about make it, not by much, but Netcompany Ineos have got position 1 and 2. It's 1:54 for Thymen Arensman.
Very good performance by the Dutch rider. To be seen how the other opponents are gonna perform, but if the trend is gonna be like this, he might as well overtake Felix Gall in the GC.
So Felix Gall now has a target. He needs to get to the line 3:55 down on Filippo Ganna, or he goes below Arensman on GC.
If it's gonna be more than 2 minutes then between Arensman and Felix Gall, then Arensman will overtake indeed Felix Gall, while Jai Hindley is much more closer, only 28 seconds between him and Arensman.
So Jonas Vingegaard went through the second checkpoint, 1:43 down on Filippo Ganna. Olalio is approaching the second checkpoint himself now. Still got a kilometre to go to that checkpoint. Remember, his advantage over Jonas Vingegaard at the start of the day was 2:24, but it's not just about the Maglia Rosa, mostly about that, to be fair, but it's not just about that, because Olalio wants to keep his place high up in the general classification, even if he loses his top place. But he's turning himself inside out in defence of the Maglia Rosa, Olalio, today. And he is definitely not collapsed. He looks uncomfortable. This is something he's never had to do before, but he has not just thrown in the towel and collapsed at all yet. There is the arch ahead of him. He's over a minute down on Vingegaard already. It's going to be about 1:30 by the time, I think, he gets to the arch, and that would make sense, because Vingegaard has consistently taken time on him since they started. 3:08, 3:09. Stops the clock at 3:12 down on Filippo Ganna.
So it is indeed a minute and a half behind Vingegaard.
Yeah, 1 minute and 29 seconds. So he's got less than a minute now to defend over Jonas Vingegaard over the course of the next 13 kilometres.
Which might do.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. He's been losing time at almost exactly the rate, almost to come together at the finish line, almost on the same time. He'll believe, and they'll be crunching the same numbers in the Bahrain Victorious team car that we are, and they will calculate as well that he's got just under a minute to defend in 13.1 kilometres. A lot of it depends on this man, Jonas Vingegaard, and how he is racing this last third of the race today. But Olalio is giving himself a chance here, which I don't think anyone really realistically gave him. Jonas Vingegaard casually putting out 350, 360 watts. High cadence, 40 minutes into his effort now, as Jai Hindley comes towards the finishing line. That's the final checkpoint. 3.5k from home. And when you consider that Filippo Ganna won this stage in 45:53, well, Jai Hindley is not far off that time now, and he's still got 3.3 kilometres to go. It's a big difference between Ganna and the very best.
Yeah, it's undeniable, but the race within the race, as we're just making our calculation as everybody getting closer to the finish. Only a handful of riders missing at the finish line is going to be Hindley, the first one crossing the line. Then maybe Scaroni, who's been overtaken by the Australian. Felix Gall, Vingegaard and Eulalia. Felix Gall on the image, still a 6 kilometers to go.
6K to go.
And it's going to be a reshaped general classification to be seen if the leader, if the Maglia Rosa, is going to be given to another rider. This rider, Jonas Vingegaard, now on your screen, wearing the KOM jersey.
7K to go for Jonas Vingegaard. Not going to beat Filippo Ganna today. Not probably going to beat Thymen Arensman today, who's 1 minute and 54 seconds slower than his teammate. Where is Vingegaard going to finish on the stage? What time is he going to post? As soon as he posts his time, we will know exactly what Alfonso Eulalia has to do to hold on to his pink jersey.
It is a long and demanding time trial. It's reshaping, and to give you a hint that they are different riders, they spend much different time on the time trial bike, because Vingegaard is much more aero, much more seated, and used to use this bike, while Eulalia didn't use much of the bike, but for the moment it seems like almost matching one each other, no? If it's correct.
It's just creeping out. He's got 46 seconds now to defend. He's that bit closer to the finish line now. It's going to be very, very tight. Could be heartbreaking for Alfonso Eulalia, or it could be a moment of extraordinary triumph. But whatever happens, Jacopo, whether he just falls short or whether he manages to achieve the impossible, this has been another brilliant ride from Eulalia, hasn't it?
Yeah. That's again, it's an indication that don't rule him off for a very good position and in Rome, because he's delivering some very good performances over the beginning of this very Giro d'Italia.
He'll be very pleased there's not another individual time trial before the finish. Just the one in this year's Giro d'Italia, but it's long enough, isn't it? 42 kilometers. The longest individual time trial in a Grand Tour for 11 years. What a daunting prospect it is for this young rider to have to defend that Maglia Rosa against a rider like Vingegaard in these conditions. Brutal.
Jai Hindley, in the meantime, has overcome the last kilometer.
Yep.
So 2:32 at this point is still a long way till the finish line. So going to concede some grounds to the opponent.
I think the interesting one is Pellizzari here, isn't it? Giulio Pellizzari, his teammate, who was at 3:18 to Filippo Ganna. So which of the two Red Bull Border Hansgrohe riders is going to finish in first place on this stage? And it looks like it might well be Giulio Pellizzari rather than Jai Hindley.
Not by much, but that's where Jai Hindley is going to be finished this time trial.
Yeah, he's going to hand back a few of those seconds that he's gained over his teammate, but he still will be in a higher position in the general classification than his teammate Giulio Pellizzari. But Jai Hindley, another one of these pure climbers who will just be really delighted that this individual time trial, he survived it, that he still heads his teammate in the general classification. He's still right up there in the top 10 of the general classification, Jai Hindley. He loses 12 seconds, 13 seconds to his teammate Giulio Pellizzari, finishing in 3:31.
I think Ben O'Connor might as well have been overtaken Jai Hindley in the classification, because he was not far behind.
Yeah, he took about 50 seconds back on Jai Hindley, didn't he, roughly?
Yeah, so he should be ended up being ahead of Jai Hindley in the classification. We haven't seen the time of Mathis Rondel as well. Was not on camera.
Yeah, the mystery man, Mathis Rondel, in the white jersey, he's sort of disappeared off our screens a little bit, but this man, centre stage, still got 8 agonising kilometres off Alfonso Eulalia, rolling along at 50 kilometres an hour. The first time he's ever had to really race an individual time trial rather than just get rounds. Never really anything at stake in his career up till this point, where there's everything at stake. Filippo Ganna, though, heads the time trial standings ahead of his teammate Thymen Arensman, and then Remy Cavagna boxed out by 5 small seconds into 3rd place on the stage ahead of Sjoerd Baks. That's the order at the finish line, but we've still got 3 riders to finish.
Yep.
Felix Gall, Jonas Vingegaard and Alfonso Eulalia.
It is Thymen Arensman coming, congratulating Pippo Ganna. And the very same does Filippo to him as in the...
Good day for Ineos. Really good day for Netcubby Ineos. They're going to get their stage victory, and then in Team Arensman, they're going to get a rider possibly even on the podium at the end of the day.
Eulalio, they're about the end of his effort, 7.2 kilometers to go.
Each kilometre is ticking over so slowly now, isn't it, for Eulalio? Next rider to come to the line will be Felix Gall. We know that his target time will be 3 minutes and 55 seconds, or he'll lose his position to Thymen Arensman, who'll go above him.
Soon it's going to be time for
Gall.
Yeah, we haven't seen Scaroni, but as the performance was, the clock was ticking, we rule him out of any ambition on today's stage and possible GC contender.
So Jonas Vingegaard now 46 minutes into his effort, so not going to beat Ganna. Ganna finished his in 45.53, and he's still got some distance to go.
2 kilometers, that's the arch of the 2 kilometer to the finish.
When he stops the clock, we'll know exactly, we'll be able to do the calculation and work out what Afonso Eulalio needs to do to retain the Maglia Rosa for yet another day. It would be nothing short of a miracle if he can do it.
Let's remember Filippo Ganna time was 46.53 at the finish line.
45.53.
45.53.
Even faster.
So my bad.
Yep.
And
that's the difference between Ganna and everybody here today.
And Thymen Arensman was at 48 again. 48. No, 47-48. So it's a big gap between him and Vingegaard, as it is a come of Felix Gall.
Oh, he's lost. Yep, he is now going to be leapfrogged. Whatever happens, Thymen Arensman will be above Felix Gall in the general classification at the end of the day. He's lost over 2 minutes to Thymen Arensman, has Felix Gall, as he comes to a halt now, absolutely spent.
Yeah.
He can take that, a lot of that time back. He'll back himself to take a lot of that time back in the summit finishes that we've still got at the Giro d'Italia to Arensman. He looks like his climbing form is better than Arensman at the moment, but for now, in the GC reshuffle, Felix Gall will drop behind the Dutchman.
Yeah, 2 minutes 28, the difference in between the two riders. That's the amount of time lost by Felix Gall on Thymen Arensman.
And even though he started 3 minutes later, Vingegaard is now also in the final kilometre. So much, much faster than Felix Gall, as you'd expect.
So now start losing ground on Arensman. Arensman crosses the line at 1:54.
Yep. He's 33 seconds or thereabouts at the second check down on Arensman.
It's a bit larger now than it was before.
Little bit, yeah. He's lost a little bit in the final 13 kilometres again. Jonas Vingegaard getting cheered now, wearing that King of the Mountains skin suit. He'll be back in blue again tomorrow. No mountains points on today's individual time trial. But Jonas Vingegaard has had a rare setback here. You'd have to call it that for such a strong favourite in the general classification. To see a deficit open up to Thymen Arensman was not really on anybody's prediction cards today, but that's the raw reality of what Jonas Vingegaard has faced here. At the end of the day, he's going to concede a minute to Thymen Arensman and more in this individual time trial. He stops the clock now in provisional, where is he? In the top 10. He is in 13th place at 3 minutes dead to Filippo Ganna. And now we know that Afonso Eulalio's target time is 5 minutes and 24 seconds down on Filippo Ganna. One rider left, and it's the Maglia Rosa. But Vingegaard came unstuck in that last 10 kilometers.
Yeah, to give an indication, Michael Storer, which is not definitely a time trial specialist, came home with a gap of 3 minutes 05. So definitely not the performance he wanted, Jonas Vingegaard, in today's stage. Here is Eulalio at the roundabout that is going to drive in down again on the coastline before the last couple of kilometers. He's the last man on the parcours.
51 minutes and 17 seconds is Alfonso Olalio's target time. That's what he has to get to the finish line in to hold on to the race lead. As Jonas Vingegaard
think
down.
Whatever and whoever's going to be wearing the Maglia Rosa today, I think we are in for an amazing remaining 10 stages, because the race is not over yet. We were fearing that Jonas Vingegaard could have destroyed the Giro d'Italia very soon, but it seems like everybody's on level.
Well, look at the clock. He's got 2:24 to defend. At the moment, he's conceded 1 minute and 56 seconds, so he's got round about 28 seconds, 28 precious seconds as a buffer over Jonas Vingegaard to hold on to that Maglia Rosa and to continue to lead the Giro d'Italia, Alfonso Olalio. He gave himself no chance when he was interviewed the other day. He said, no, I'm going to concede way more time than that. And I think that might have been a slight game of bluff. Having said that, Olalio has done a journey into the unknown now, and we still don't know the outcome here. Jonas Vingegaard will be ushered behind the podium, because whatever happens, he'll be leading the King of the Mountains competition, and he'll be on the podium in that blue jersey. But will he also be in pink? It's still in the balance. Could not be more tense. We have waited a long, long afternoon to see exactly how this would play out. 2 kilometers to go. 51:17 is the target time for Alfonso Olalio. Inside that, and he's still in pink.
Yeah, yes, a little bit less than 3 minutes to cover 2 kilometers. So it's still possible. It's still very possible.
And if he does it, it's not going to be by much, is it, Jacopo? It's going to be seconds either way. Whether he loses it or holds on to it, it's going to be by the slenderest margin. Filippo Ganna is an interested bystander, I think, just watching on. His is the stage victory, and we know that already. Alfonso Olalio is already 3 minutes slower than Filippo Ganna at the finish line. This last 1.5 kilometers for Olalio is going to be nothing but agony, with so much at stake now. He's still got just over 2 minutes to get to the finishing line to hold on to pink. Hand in heart, all the way to the line, carrying the emotions of the sporting public with him. A rider who has won hearts and minds over recent weeks, Alfonso Olalio. As we've got to know him, he's got to know himself. But never in his wildest dreams, I don't think, would he realistically have thought that he had the opportunity of doing what he's doing right now and holding on to the possibility of the Maglia Rosa for another day. You can tell now at the finish line, word is getting out of just what's happening with Alfonso Olalio and how close it's going to be. 2 minutes and 1 second he's conceded. He's in the final kilometre now, Olalio. His face just exhibiting the agony of the effort that he's put himself through in this horribly long 42-kilometre pan-flat time trial. For a man who's never really had to race a time trial bike in earnest, this challenge was enormous. But Alfonso Olalio has risen to the moment, that Maglia Rosa that he has hoped so ardently to defend. Did he really believe at the beginning of the day that he'd be so close to pulling off the impossible dream? In this individual time trial, 300 metres now separate Alfonso Olalio with a miraculous defence of this Maglia Rosa. He took it in the rain in Potenza in such dramatic fashion. Every day he seems to have produced a performance that has surprised and stunned and bewildered and delighted. And in terms of defending the jersey, few moments come close to this, as Alfonso Olalio holds on to pink in spectacular fashion. The Maglia Rosa completes the miracle here in Massa. What a ride.
It's gonna be able to retain at least 20 seconds over Vingegaard. So defend accomplished. He managed to do so, and nobody was expecting that, not even him, I guess. But an amazing ride once again by Alfonso Olalio, who's gonna be starting tomorrow's stage to Chiavari once again with the Maglia Rosa.
Well, in the end, it wasn't even that close, Jacopo. He's got a decent little lead still in the general classification. If we're honest with ourselves, we know, and he knows, that he's not going to be winning the Giro d'Italia in Rome. But on the basis of what we've just seen, Jacopo, he is a very, very serious general classification rider for the days to come now.
It is a rider that's going to take a lot to take him down off that podium. It's showing some great strength mentally, first of all, in defense of this jersey. So chapeau to him, and how he approached what's something quite unique, you know, in modern cycling. Such a long time trial you never experienced. A day of success for Filippo Ganna and the whole net company Ineos, as they slot 2 riders in the first 2 positions. A massive time gain for Team Arsman in the general classification, and a victory for Filippo Ganna.
Outstanding once again for Filippo Ganna, crushing the opposition by almost 2 minutes to Team Arendsman and Remy Cavagna. Really good 4th place for Sjoerd Baks, one of his best time trials ever, and Derek G. West doing a very good ride as well in the general classification. G. West and Thymen Arendsman are the best riders in the general classification, but Eulalia with the performance of a lifetime once more. Let's hear from Ganna.
Filippo, your personal performance and the time gap that you have, is it even better than what you expected?
Yeah, I think we do an amazing job this winter, especially also with the GC rider. We see Thymen as well is arrived really well in with the 2nd place, like in the Tirreno. Yeah, it was an amazing job, team job, and I think he's arrived a good victory also for us here. We hope to be a little bit enjoy tonight, and then we stay focused for the last 14 days.
Would you say that today the prestige of time trialing in Grand Tours is recovered?
Yeah, for sure, it's really nice, especially with a long TT like this. I really like it. Maybe I have a little bit of the limits, me too, like also a lot of riders as well. But yeah, I'm really happy to finally find a good TT also for me, and without the climb.
Was today your only goal in this Giro, or is there another one that you already think about it? It's on Friday, your home stage.
Yeah, from today start another Giro for Filippo. I want to try to arrive more conservative for this massive goal for me. And now we try to keep another victory in the road race. So why not try Friday? But as well in another stage, obviously, if it's less than 4,000 meters.
Complimenti. Grazie.
Grazie. Ciao.
Well, Filippo Ganna doing the expected and doing it brilliantly. This man doing the unexpected and doing it brilliantly. What a moment. You imagine, Jacopo, as we look at the general classification, that he continues to lead by 27 seconds to Jonas Vingegaard. Thymen Arendsman moves right up to 3rd place for now, ahead of Felix Gall, who drops to 4th, Ben O'Connor, Jai Hindley, Michael Storer, 3 Australians in 5th, 6th and 7th. Derek G moves up to 8th. Giulio Pellizzari is still there in 9th place. And Markel Balocchi moves up into the top 10 for EF Education Easy Post. That's a really interesting general classification we have now.
Yeah, it is, and chapeau to in first place to this man who managed to defend against all the odds his jersey. I think Jonas Vingegaard, I mean, the expectation on Jonas so high that you feel almost like a disappointment that he didn't take and crush the opponents in this time trial. And a lot to take away from the time trial of Thymen Arendsman. I mean, he showed a little bit of weakness in the climbs, but today he got everything under control, and it was an amazing ride by him, managing to replacing himself really in contention for the Maglia Rosa and sit now in 3rd position. A little bit under the radar, maybe the performance of Derek G and Ben O'Connor, but both very consistent. They move up in the GC, and now we got Storer, Jai Hindley and O'Connor, 3 Australians right up front. So, I mean, the gaps in between riders so short. I think we are in for an amazing 10 days of racing.
Well, just from a neutral's perspective, there was always the risk with this individual time trial being so long that Jonas Vingegaard on a best day might have just crushed the race to bits, but it's still very open, I think. Not for, in terms of the stage result, that was clear. Filippo Ganna, such a heavy favourite on a parcours that suited him down to the ground. Well, it was just an exhibition of time trialling. And we were given plenty of time watching Filippo Ganna to discuss his position in history, his position in terms of the great time trialists down the years, and Filippo Ganna is right up there among the very best there's ever been.
Yeah, it was an amazing shows of strength and class, because that was the position he was in, only showing pain on his mouth and eyes, possibly under there, but always well composed. And I mean, he got away with an astonishing almost 55 per hour time trial of this length. Is remarkable, because it was very long, very difficult, but he managed to perfection, destroying the opponents in such a time trial. Nobody was even near Filippo Ganna. I'm very curious to see, you know, we talked about the zippers of the skin suit. He has a couple actually in the front and at the back at the same time. There is a moment of congratulation between the first and second of the day. I think it's a very good day for a net company Ineos on today's stage. Successful. And let's not forget, they won also in Classic Dunkerque with Arthur Schmidt. So very good day for the team, definitely. And in matches, Ulissi with the 8th stage victory in the Giro d'Italia.
In terms of this peloton, yep, Diego Ulissi, with his 8 stage wins, has now got a rival, and it's Filippo Ganna, and he could, well, let's see, but Filippo Ganna could definitely add to that in the days to come in this kind of form. Well, Alfonso Eulalia and Jonas Vingegaard doing their usual warming down, but it won't be too long, hopefully, before they make their way onto the podium. Inland, slightly up in the old town as well, the duchy, the palace, dating back to the 16th century, Renaissance architecture. And I'm really glad that you can see it's a little bit cloudy now. The clouds have just drawn over, the sunshine not quite as warm as it was, but really pleasing that it stayed dry for every rider. As we look back over some images for this this fascinating individual time trial that for a long time it was quite a sleepy afternoon, but it built to a tremendous crescendo at the end. So an 8th time in his career, Filippo Ganna signing his name behind the podium, about to step up. Has he ever been to the Giro d'Italia without taking a stage? I don't think he has he?
Yeah, he actually did in 2020.
On the first one, without taking a stage?
If he ever raced,
if he's been to the Giro without winning a stage?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I think it was his debut in 2020, wasn't it?
When the year that Evenepoel went home with the COVID, did he win a stage in there? Maybe.
Well, I'll let you research that one.
Nonetheless, very successful in his whole career at the Giro d'Italia.
7 individual time trials and 1 regular road stage. A 6th Maglia Rosa now for Alfonso Eulalia. He's lasted in pink far longer than anybody thought he would, and still has a 27-second lead.
Good ride tomorrow. It's very unlikely he's going to lose it. Never say never, of course. But it seems like a breakaway day. Today was a great defense by the Portuguese. More than happy to see that happening as well.
Yeah.
He's showing some strength. I mean, he was definitely against all the odds, and it's hard to keep your, you know, mentally to be there, to be suffering and enduring all this pain for 50 minutes and still not giving up.
Especially when the early signs were not good, were they?
Yeah.
Because Vingegaard got out of the traps very fast and started taking consistent time.
He lost a lot in the beginning, a lot of chunk of time in the beginning, but later on he was keeping at losing, still losing, but very and more gradually. So he managed himself to be, yeah, again in Maglia Rosa. Good ride by Eulalio.
Quindi daremo inizio alla cerimonia di premiazione, coglieremo ovviamente sul palco Filippo Ganna.
It is Vingegaard. I mean, it's hard to say he got, you know, disappointing day, but it was not what he was hoping, I guess. I think it was fair enough admitting that he was hoping to get a stage victory on today's stage, and it was simply not the case, or at least getting the Maglia Rosa.
13th on the stage. One of his most modest performances ever. He was 13th in the on that flat long stage in Caen in the Tour de France last year as well.
As we are seated right in front of the ceremony podium, as usual, time trial presents slightly different, no setup in the finish line, and
yep. Yeah, we've got a lovely view of the podium today.
Yeah, prime position for that, as we're going to witness very soon Pippo Ganna stepping on the podium for the 8th time in his career.
Well, at no point, Vingegaard is still very clearly in control of this Giro d'Italia, I think, but at no point, either on either of the two summit finishes or the individual time trial, has he been ruthless, has he destroyed the field. He's been the strongest on the two climbs, but not the strongest in the individual time trial. On those two climbs, he's not won by a huge margin either.
No, he haven't destroyed the race yet. But again, I mean, he was there, no? Like, he was winning two stages. You cannot say he's not in shape. But I think everybody was so, we set a high expectation. No, he's just such a champion that when he doesn't destroy the opponents, you were just quite surprised in a way. So that's why we were expecting him to just being some dominant. For what we have to talk about, we're more than happy, because that means the race is still very long, still far to be in Cello, and we are in for, you know, some great stages in the mountains. But nonetheless, today was another performance for Jonas Vingegaard. But that's what makes this race even more open to so many outcomes.
It's a reminder of the top 10. Ganna from Arendsman, from Cavagna. Good performance from Cavagna. Stuart Bax will be very pleased with that 4th place, even though he might be disappointed not to be on the podium. G, outstanding. G West. Walscheid with a top 10. Johan Price Pedersen, Mikkel Bjerg, one of 3 Danes in the top 10, including Nicholas Larsen in 10th. And Lorenzo Milesi in rather mysterious circumstances in 9th, seemingly wearing too many clothes. And Filippo Ganna simply in a league of his own, winning again in on this very stretch of coast, which hosts the departure of Tirreno Adriatico every year. And the surf is up for the surfers. freshening wind just blowing off the Tyrrhenian Sea.
Mar Ligure is actually on the edge of Mar Tirreno. As Tuscany, we are really not far from the Ligurian, yeah. So basically the dividing cities, Santo Stefano Magro or Sardana, where the mountains ends, because all the Liguria, especially the first part, you know, what is called as Levante, where the sun is rising, it's been like mountains falling directly into water, and when those mountains ends and leave gap of what you see now, some flats, much flatter and sandy beaches, as where Tuscany begins. Here's people heading for the podium. White pants today.
Oh yeah.
Summer feels again. Riders heading for the changing rooms, Eulalio.
No, because I say, but yes, I can play. And the teacher of my girlfriend, he said, don't actually do too much. Because last.
Full mania there already.
In the world, we do the bet and we say, like a spin the wheel, maximum main, and if we win the day after.
So we have the stage winner. We have the King of the Mountains there as well. Just a little glimpse of you on the spinning got.
The last week we win the stage.
Malia Ciclamino as well.
We got the hair everywhere. And I'm back at home, I'm proper like
Yeah, repeat of the 1-2 between Filippo Ganna and Arensman that happened in Lido Camaiora. It's a good observation, isn't it? This year's individual time trial that started Tirreno Adriatico. Same 1-2, Ganna from Arensman. Well, nice late afternoon sun just filtering down on this scene as we still await the podium. In my opinion, they should have just put Filippo Ganna on the podium as soon as he crossed the line, and then we could have just got on with it. That's the scene then, the crowd waiting patiently outside the podium. The Italian television studio. And an Italian superstar. The second Italian winner of stages in this year's Giro d'Italia after Davide Ballerini. Kicked off the celebrations for the host country in Naples. A few days later, Filippo Ganna, in expected fashion in the individual time trial, has picked up another win for Italy. They're waiting patiently there. Right, the crowd is now being called to attention, and I think we can get the podium ceremonials underway any minute now.
About to witness Pippo Pozzato.
Pippo Pozzato?
Yeah, jump back in time. Just wait between final riders, and ceremony got me distracted.
Ganna coming out, still unbelievably not even 30 years of age, Filippo Ganna, just still 29 years of age. Two-time world champion, a winner of 8 stages of the Giro d'Italia now, dating back to 2020 when he started and made his debut at this race. To go with that, he's also won 2 stages of the Vuelta. But strangely, and this is something he's going to have to put right at some point in his career, he's yet to win a stage of the Tour de France.
You haven't ridden many.
No, he's done
Tour de
two
France.
editions, I think, yeah. But at some point, he's going to want to take a stage there. Number 8, though, winner of stage 10, and this time crushing the opposition.
Quite disappointed that the glass is empty.
Complimenti quindi a Filippo Ganna, grazie a Francesco Terziani, sindaco di Massa.
Here's your top 10 then, from the bottom up. Larsen from Milesi, Mikkel Bjerg in 8th, Price Pedersen 7th, Walscheid 6th, Derek G. West 5th, Bax 4th, Cavagna Arendsman, Ganna winning by 1 minute and 54 seconds.
Il leader della classifica generale sarà premiato da Roberto Vallettini, presidente della provincia di Massa Carrara, e dall'onorevole Roberto Pella, presidente della Lega Ciclismo Professionistico.
And as for this man, what an almighty performance this was. Seemed like a real long shot that he would be on this podium in pink, the 24-year-old from Figueira in Portugal at the end of the day. He finished the stage in 41st place in this individual time trial, and that was enough for him to hang on to the jersey by a decent little advantage as well. To go with that, he has also finished in 6th place in Cosenza, 2nd in Potenza when he took the jersey, and really significantly at Corno alla Scale he picked up a 5th place as well. He is far from finished, Eulalia. Very interesting to see how he plays the next few days and how long he continues to hang on to pink for. But Afonso Eulalia has achieved the seemingly impossible there and held Jonas Vingegaard at bay. Here's the general classification again. 27 seconds his lead now to Vingegaard. Arendsman, the big mover, moves up to 3rd. Felix Gall drops down to 4th. Ben O'Connor up to 5th. Jai Hindley down 1 place to 6th. Michael Storer up to 7th. And Derek G. West moving into the top 10 ahead of Giulio Pellizzari, who continues to be 9th. Markel Bellocchi moves up into the top 10 as well. Plenty of movement in the general classification. Paul Manier just looks tired. It's been a long day for him. He completed his individual time trial a long time ago, many hours ago, and has come back to the podium. Jonathan Narvaez might have been a rider who could have picked up some points to close the gap today, and Jonathan Milan, but none of them were inside the top 15 on the stage or even close, so there's been no change in the top order of the Maglia Ciclamino after today's individual time trial. It's as you were in the top 10. Manier still leading. Jonathan Narvaez in 2nd place by 44 points. Jonathan Milan further 10 points behind on 76. Jonas Vingegaard. Toweled down and refreshed. Did look a bit spent at the end of that individual time trial, it has to be said.
Yeah, he was not really pushing till the line, kind of almost big distress towards the very end of the line. definitely not what he was hoping for. I think he got more question marks than reassuration and confidence after this time trial. Still plenty to come for him. There's some days before he's gonna approach again some mountains, but nonetheless, gonna be still wearing the KOM jersey as he now standing at 111 points.
That's a good fling there. He almost cleared the barriers and made it into the public.
Yeah, but there was somebody to pick it up.
Yeah,
as always.
Lives to fight another day, Jonas Vingegaard, despite finishing 13th on the stage, beaten by 12 riders in this individual time trial. Not often that happens to Jonas Vingegaard. Happened to him last year at the Tour de France. There were no King of the Mountains points at all today, so nothing changes in the King of the Mountains competition whatsoever. Jonas Vingegaard, courtesy really of his 2 summit finish victories where he's picked up a total of 100 points, has a decent lead over Diego Sevilla. And with the pink jersey comes the white jersey and the smile that we've all become accustomed to now. The white jersey standings behind Eulalia will have had quite a shake-up actually, as will the general classification.
Lost Mathis Rondel from the front positions.
Just doesn't exist, does he, Mathis Rondel? We didn't see him.
No, we haven't seen what was the time gap for him. I think it's going to be again on the shoulder of Bellittari.
Could be, yeah. Well, any second now we'll get to see what the revised white jersey standings are. No doubt about the leader though, Alfonso Eulalia.
Since he's wearing the much and far more important maglia rosa, he's going to be ended the second in line.
Let's have a look at the time gaps though in the white jersey standings as Pellizzani moves up to second place at 3 minutes and 36 seconds. And Marco Bellocchi pops up in third place at 4:16 as Rondel had a bad day in the individual time trial, dropped 2 places. But if Alfonso Eulalia does drop out of the Maglia Rosa, that white jersey is realistic.
Yeah, it's still a big gap.
Ambition.
And also because all the opponents, they didn't look quite to have the best day on the bike. So I think he still have a fair chance for this white jersey as Pippo Ganna's coming back on the stage as
for a special prize.
Yeah,
the Tudor prize, Born to Dare prize. Tudor, the watchmaker, sponsor the individual time trial. Pippo Ganna picks up another timepiece as a little memento of his victory here at Massa. The Tudor Award.
Complimenti a Filippo Ganna e grazie a Renato Sclozza, brand manager di Tudor Italia. Tra qualche istante la prossima premiazione. E sarà l'onorevole Roberto Pella, presidente della Lega Ciclismo Professionistico, a consegnare il premio speciale. Premio.
Got another special prize, Bartali, for Filippo Ganna. A lot of prizes for one stage victory, but nonetheless.
Taking a lot home with him today, Filippo Ganna. And this prize bearing the name of one of Italy's greatest, of course, the Tappa Bartali, named after Gino Bartali. From one Italian great to another.
Complimenti quindi a Filippo Ganna, grazie all'onorevole Roberto Pella, presidente della Lega Ciclismo Professionistico. E con questa premiazione per il Superare Superstar.
All right then, I think we have time now to hear from the Maglia Rosa himself, from Alfonso Eulalia, on a day that seemed impossible and ended in triumph as he hangs on to the race leader of the Giro in the most dramatic fashion.
Alfonso, was it a lot of suffering today? Do you still like cycling after that?
I still like cycling. He really a lot. No, he's. I suffer, but in the final I arrive here and I keep the maglia rosa. Is incredible.
Along the way, you got some information. Were you confident to keep the maglia rosa?
No, only on the final the car start to tell me you are close to Jonas. But when the car tell me you are close, first moment I think, okay, it's close, but not for keep the maglia rosa. And in the final start to tell me like 30 seconds, and I just continue believe, and I let's go all in like I did the 40K.
How much of a success is it for you to still have the maglia rosa?
No, it's not on my plans, no, and also this TT also keep the maglia rosa. I just keep believe now during the next days, and I just keep fighting next days.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done indeed. Spectacular performance from Alfonso Olario, living the dream here in Italy, and keeping the race very interesting for all concerned. Now let's get the thoughts of Jonas Vingegaard, 13th on the stage and just short of pink.
Jonas, how are you feeling on the bike today, the day after a rest day on a pad flat course? Maybe not your favorite?
Oh, well, to be honest, I did actually feel quite okay. But obviously it's not the best time trial course for me. But yeah, in the end I can be happy with the time I did and with where I am in GC.
Your time compared to the others? We're not talking about Filippo Ganna. Is it what you expected?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, as I said before, I think I can be pretty happy with taking a bit of time, especially on Felix Gall, and of course I lose a bit of time to Arendsman, but yeah, on the other hand, I think that I'm in a good place at the moment.
Are you saying you are in the best place because you don't have the maglia rosa yet?
I mean, I would have loved to take the maglia rosa. It's yeah, every day in a leader's jersey is special. So yeah, I mean, of course, it might be an advantage the next coming days to not have it. But in the end, if I would have had it, I would also have been extremely happy about it.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
Well, nice to hear Jonas Vingegaard downplaying any real concerns, and also saying that he would have dearly loved to have taken the maglia rosa today, which was clearly his ambition. I wonder if he can take it tomorrow. Well, let's have a look at this three-star stage from Pocari, the Paper District, on stage 11. That's where the race gets underway. It's a really interesting stage through Camaiore, the old town above the Lido di Camaiore, which is the beach resort, and then just kissing the outside of today's stage finish again, Massa. So not travelling too far. La Spezia is another stop-off point over the 195 kilometres, a three-star stage with a few categorised climbs, the intermediate sprint at Luni, and then a series of climbs, the Passo del Termine, and then the Cat 2 Colle di Gottarola, and then the Cat 3 climb, Colle de Scioli, which comes close to the Red Bull kilometre, and indeed the finish in Chiavari. Could be a day for a breakaway. It is a hard stage to read, but a day that a breakaway will really fancy their chances of. And how about Jonathan Narvaez for another victory if he gets in the move? It's that kind of a day, potentially tomorrow, but an awful lot of unexpected drama could happen. We certainly saw that today. Do make sure you join us for live coverage of stage 11. But from Jacopo and from me, for now,
Ciao.
Ciao.